Okay, good morning to day 3 of the NZIPP IPP Iris Awards, sponsored by Sony. We are in room 1 and it is the portrait category for today, and this is kindly sponsored by Ilford. Oh God, Okay, the portrait category is intended for portraits captured in camera. A portrait of an animal with a human may be entered, however, animals alone cannot be. Post-production techniques applied must also maintain the authenticity of the subject or scene as captured in the original. Removing or adjusting small or transient elements is allowed, for example, a hair, a small pimple, or an element that shifted during the shoot, i.e. clothing strap. Entrants may remove dust spots and flares. Exclusions composites. Portraits of an animal or animals without a human are excluded from this category. Thank you, judges. We're going to go into the run-through with a kind video from our sponsors.
Don't go because someone tells you to go. Don't go because everyone else is going. Don't go because it would make you look good, or because you can make it look good. Cities, mountains, streets, oceans, deserts, doesn't matter. Go because you have to go. Go because it was written on your DNA. Go because it's pouring out from every scene and dream and every map that leads you to the unknown. And every thought that seems to come back to the one thing that rips you out of bed at night. And when you go with eyes open, go fast, go nimble, go passionately, go without sleep if you have to. However you go all in. And if you don't like the rhythm, just change the beat. As you go, remember, the world is waiting for your perspective.
Managing the colour within my images is integral to what I do. My name's Ian Vanderwald. I'm an Ilford master and I've been a professional photographer for close to 40 years. Many creatives work within a controlled colour workflow. However, the one thing that stands out to me is how very few view the final product under controlled lighting conditions. The new Ilford Ilfalux colour viewing lamp now makes it easy for anybody to view their work under controlled lighting. This versatile unit is conveniently powered by USB, is portable and supports all industry lighting standards. The affordable Ilford Ilfalux is a great addition to anybody wanting to complete their colour managed workflow.
Okay. That was our run through while we wait for any exclusions. In the room today in portrait, we have Faru Yavari, Joe Francis, Joe Howe, Johan Van Kaan, Catherine Williams, Lizzie Gilmore, Marama Shearer, Russell Hamlet, Shah Devine, Tony Carter, and Stacey Cavalier. I'm Tracy Kennedy. Sitting beside me, my lovely assistant panel chair is Kim Sargent. And out the back, helping us with the prints today, we have Ian, Simon, Ella, and Rebecca. They're going to be doing a big job because there's a lot of prints to get through. So we'll give them a big round of applause now before they run away. And starting our judging panel today, we are going to have Russell Hamlet, Faru Yavari, Tony Carter, Shah Devine, and Marama Shearer, please. All right, we're all good to go, judges. Let's have our first print, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Well done to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Tony?
Beautifully presented. The colour tones through this give it a real feel. I feel the left image and the right image say a lot, whereas the middle image holds your eye but doesn't really have any information that adds to the story.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 74, which is a professional standard. We happy with that, judges? Cool. Can we have a comment from Shah, please?
Yes, it's a beautifully presented and printed print. I just need to sort of bring your attention sort of towards sort of the highlights on her shoulder and her face, and just have a wee look at your colour balance too on the hands. She's a pretty girl in a pretty place, and we just probably need a little bit more story or a little bit more, a little something extra to bring it into the award range. But keep working at what you're doing.
Yes.
Just a little bit of an example of what I call look twice, shoot once. So there's a little element coming up the side of her face. She's a very beautiful woman, so that's a distraction, and perhaps paying a little bit more attention to the posing of the hands as well.
Thank you, judges. Next print, please. We have a score of 73, which is professional standard. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment from Russell, please? Yep.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Beg your pardon. I'm struggling a little bit. I mean, it's a lovely little moment, but perhaps not quite special enough to gain further than where you are. The little cat's ears intruding into the girl's eyes, not helpful.
Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 78, which is a bronze award, and Russell, hand's gone up.
I took this into the silvers. Firstly, the light is just washing over the two people just beautifully, allowing it to fall off and gather where it should. Secondly, the message is just tremendous. It's the father sort of gently holding his daughter, saying, "The world is your oyster." I think the connections are just so beautifully gentle. The thumb touching her face, I really like that it's broken from the hand. Just everything about it is just gentle and communicative, and it evokes a big reaction in me personally.
Okay, Marama, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I was on 74. I really enjoyed that, the commentary that you just talked about, Russell. I just had a few issues.
Marama,
with the
can you come a
tones.
bit closer to the microphone, thanks?
I just had a few issues with the blacks and the tones in the image.
Hey, Tony.
You go.
Russell, thank you for making challenge here, because I was so close. I gave it 77, and I really wanted to put this image in silver. To support you, I want to say the keeping, like the, as you said, the narrative of like holding that hand with the earth is like the whole world the dad want to give to her daughter. All the dads want to do that. They want to just deliver everything to their children. And the presented as a circle is another level to talking about the world as well. So I think like it's really clever to present it in that way. Only I feel like seeing the planet there is really, the object is a bit out of focus. I barely could see what is exactly is really Earth, what is it, write it down on it. So for me, it was really not sure exactly is that, but I want to go with your interpretation of the image and support you and come up.
Tony.
I'm on 78 and I'm staying firmly there. You know, I think the message is there, but it's the way it's been presented to us. I feel that the hands, it really feels like they're like, "Oh, just stay here like this," and there's actually no real communication and soul in the hands. And you know, the dad's arm on the right, just hanging down there with all the light coming through on it. You know, it takes you a while to get to the ball, which then you figure out is a globe. So I think the messaging is there and all the elements are there, but it just hasn't been put together that well to bring it into silver. So I'm pretty happy sitting at bronze.
Back to you, Russell.
Tony, I just couldn't disagree with you more, mate. you know, you've claimed there's no emotion in the hands. The hands, I mean, it's a static image, but there's so much gentility in the hands. I believe there's an unbelievable level of communication in the hands. And the arm is not hanging, it's actually bent at the elbow. It's leading us down to what is obviously a globe because it's got latitudinal and longitudinal lines on it, so not many other things have that. Just the feeling of it that it's evoking, and the use of the light is just falling. There's no hot spots, weak spots. Marama, you mentioned the blacks. Really, the blacks are irrelevant in this because what is relevant is the connection between the father and the daughter. So those subjects, if you like, the hands, and then the face and the emotions. I mean, it's beautifully presented to us. To me, it's an easy silver. And Tony, you know, we're individuals. You see it that way. I see exactly what you're looking at in a completely different way.
Rescore, please, judges. Okay, judges, you've gone to 79. So we now... we are on 79. We now need to do a review. 79 or 80, please, judges. Russell, you need to do either 79 or 80, please. We're on review. Congratulations to the author, 80 Silver Award. Next print, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Faru, would you like to give the feedback for the photographer?
I think it's one of the images that I always wanted to take photos of my clients in a very, it's really clever, it's conceptual, it's delivering, like the kid has all the rabbit in the world and the kid is really excited and happy and the mom is just like doing the own thing and just the compositionally giving the more space of the kid and rabbit and a bit of mom, her shadow. It's really clever, very well done to the photographer.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 79, which is a bronze award, and Shah's got her hand up because she can.
What a beautiful, delicate presentation of a delightful little girl. And I sort of first thing that popped into my mind is about how you say dance like no one's watching. And this is exactly what she's doing. She's just totally lost in her own little world, and she's having the best time. I love the little balance of the three images in the middle with the mum. Getting kids to behave and perform at the best of times is always a little bit tricky. And this little girl has provided us with joyous images, and the fact that she's not really engaging with the camera in all of them is what gives it its strength, because she's just totally being her and totally being in the moment with herself. And I think in this day, and with social media and all that sort of thing, she's just totally in the moment and enjoying it. And that's why I rewarded it with an 83.
Okay, down the other end we have Faru.
Sure, I gave it a 77 for many of the reasons you said. It's really dealing, especially with kids, in a photo shoot and trying to behave them in a glamorous way you want. It's really a hard job in the world. However, I feel like many of these images are not really supporting the whole story of a photo shoot of the girl with her mom. The images from the middle, from the top and bottom are almost the same. It's like repetition of each other in a different, the mirroring of each other. And also I feel like the child kind of trapped in the circles because it's so close, like the hand, the feet so close to the age around. I feel like she's trapped there. There definitely needs more brief space around that. I think I'm really feel comfortable 77, but I'm listening.
Okay, and there's a few of you in the middle, so Marama.
I really enjoyed the images for the reasons that Shah spoke about as well. But I wondered about the necessity of all of them. Do we need all of those images to tell that one story?
Okay, back to you, Shah.
I think the bond between mother and daughter is really, really special, and it's probably a lot of things that as we get older and we look back at images like this, and as parents and mums, we wish we had taken more of them. And I think for a family, this is a beautiful depiction of where she's at in the stage of her life. She's going to have some enormous challenges growing up, and perhaps that the tightness of the circles will reflect the protection that the mum will have over this little girl, because she will. And it's actually interesting, because if you look at the screen, there is actually more room on those images up there than what's been presented on the screen. So I feel that the tightness of those circles is her world will be quite insular. She won't, from the way that it's presented, and I think that it's a wee bit emotional for me. Yeah, I just think that it's just a lovely depiction, and it's a wonderful bond that mums and daughters have. So try and come up with me to silver.
Rescore, please, judges. Shah, you need to. Okay, we've stayed on 79, so judges either 79 or 80, please. Sorry, it's just thinking of me. Yeah, there we go. 79 Bronze Award. Judges, just as a note, we seem to be a bit quieter in here today, so if you could speak into the microphone so the rest of the judges could hear, rather than looking away at times to things. Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. And Tony Carter.
Yeah, I think 76 was a good score for this. I really enjoy the energy of this child and just the naughtiness, and you can sort of feel it wanting to escape. I think it feels very artificially sort of darkened down to bring it to a gloomy feel rather than somebody having a bit of fun. So it sort of doesn't logically feel right to me. So maybe just think about that in future.
Thank you, Tony. Now, Tony, can we have a blank screen, please? Tony, if you take a wee break. And Stacey, would you come in, please? And just a reminder, judges, you're judging the print, not to be looking at the screen behind. Thanks. You're not supposed to be watching, not supposed to be checking with the screen behind. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And Marama, would you like to give feedback, please?
I think this is a really gorgeous image. The cat's eyes are very similar to the little girl's eyes as well, the shapes of them. Everything's beautifully sharp and it's well lit and really nice colours as well.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 73, which is professional standard. Are we happy with that, judges? Okay, Shah, would you like to give feedback, please?
This is a really cool portrait of a cool chick in her cool bike. I think that just to elevate it into into more of an award range, is just the cropping at the bottom is really tight with her foot being cropped off. So just have we think about how you crop your images going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Faru, please?
I feel like the subject is a performer and you really want to see it in action. And I'm saying that because of the lighting, it looks like a stage. You want to action be there, and also cropping is really tight at the bottom. So, yeah.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Faru, thank you very much for the moment. And can we have Joe held to this panel, please? Next print, please. We have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographers. Russell, would you like to comment, please?
I hope we can have a little chat about this. I scored at 88, and I was really wondering, but a bit scared even doing that. I was sort of almost thinking about gold, but this is a very, very clever piece of communication. It took me a while to kind of get some of the elements in it. Obviously, a great commentary on a certain demographic in Kiwi society, but this is so cleverly presented to us. The central character, the central square or rectangle is the subject's perfectly centred, so it roots the whole thing. It just gives it a whole base to flow from there. And then all the subjects on the left-hand side are more oriented towards the left, with that negative space or that active space coming towards the centre. And then the ones on the right towards the right of that rectangle they're in, and all chosen so, and all their spaces are leading towards the centre. And then the central column, all the subjects are all centralised in theirs, but the middle one is like smack, like a dartboard, smack in the centre. So this is not just a collection of lovely little photographs, but how it's been put together is incredibly clever as well. And I think the photographer needs to be rewarded with at least a good conversation.
Okay, I'm just checking with honours whether we can challenge to
sure.
a higher silver distinction.
Oh, well, in that case, I love it. And I've screwed up not scoring it enough. I'm so sorry. I thought we would get going on it.
I will check because.
Yeah.
Okay, no, we can't. So what's happened is because you were in the silver distinction range, it's the ones that were in the silver range that got it challenged. So, yeah. So
Well, I've just learned something there. I should have scored a gold in the first place, and then we'd be having a conversation, wouldn't we? Okay. My apologies to whoever took that.
we did try.
But it was
Russell.
awesome.
Hey, thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score, we have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Russell, please?
Interesting subject matter, bit of fun. I find that the lighting is a little bit broad. There's a conflict between the cat and the human, and I find the hands of the human a little bit not as elegantly placed as they possibly could be. So just look at your lighting and look at your posing.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? We are going to say thank you to Russell and Shah. Thank you very much. And we're going to bring on Joe and Johan, please. Can we, okay, we will swap to Lizzie, please. Oh, sorry, Joe, okay. It's all right, Lizzie, if you come on up, thanks. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 91. Johan's hand has gone straight up. You've got the automatic challenge, Johan.
Right, I gave this gold with distinction. This is a very powerful and hard to describe image, and that I'm trying to understand the elements of it, but I don't actually feel the need to, because I feel drawn into the gaze of the lady in the photograph. I love the life lived type stuff in the background, but it's not about her life, it's just about aging. I love the fact that there's a beginning and an end in the photograph with the eggs and the angelism. And the sincerity of the life of this person just comes out in their face in a beautiful, calm, serene, I've accepted what's happening next way. I love it.
Okay, we're going to the other end now. Marama?
I'm on 86 because I needed some help with the story. She looks quite startled, and I wondered why. Why does she look quite startled when her pose is quite calm? I also wondered about how she's got a broken egg, like is she being reborn as an older person? I really enjoy the print quality and the colour and the tones which match the overall, not the meaning of the picture.
Okay, Lizzie, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I scored this 93. I'm definitely willing to come up with Johan. I found this actually quite moving. And what drew me in was actually the painting in behind of the mother with the 3 children. And then, you brought forward into this elderly woman with the 3 cracked eggshells, and I feel like this is such a celebration of a really quite a moving life story of this person. And initially I looked at the wings and I thought, why are the wings, like cropped off? And then I thought, well, it's almost telling us that she's either at the end of her life or almost at the end of life, and she's leaving this behind. So, yeah, I find this really emotionally provocative. Is that and exceptional. So for me, yeah, why are we not in gold distinction?
What did you score, Lizzie?
93.
Okay, we're going down to Joe.
Hi, I gave this a 90. I was right. I think the print quality, the colour palette is wonderful. I really enjoy the lighting through the wings. One of the things that kept me out of going a bit further was a little bit confused about the narrative, and I still don't think that. I know we say we don't need it, but I feel like there's a disjointedness between she's looking quite startled, the rest is quite soft. You've got the elements of nature that are coming in from peeling behind that, the background on the right-hand side. Then we've got the painting that I guess is somewhat similar in lighting, but I'm not quite sure. The darkness on the left-hand side of the frame, I just find it's a little bit too much. I feel it sort of, it really does make it feel a lot heavier than the rest of the image. And that wing on her left shoulder that's just going straight up, I wish I could see a little bit more of the form, because I just keep getting drawn up and out of the frame. And just on her dress, on the bottom right-hand side, it just seems a little wishy-washy going into the floor. But I mean, her expression is great. I love the cupped eggs, but I'm just not quite sure what I'm supposed to be getting from this image. So I'm definitely listening.
Stacey, have you got anything?
No, I'm happy, it's fine.
Okay, back to you, Johan.
All those things that you said, Joe, were the inspiration for me. The clipped wing and the almost preparedness to leave. I'm ready to leave now. And that's almost in flight and going. The look of kind of lost almost, or not sad, but goodbye, and this is the last goodbye. And then the imagery, the darkness around the sides shows you that whatever else is there is less relevant. And she hasn't got her shoulders up high, but she's proud at the same time. And then the eggs, let's call them family. And the familial thing is, I suppose, echoed in the painting in the background, but not so much so that it's look here, but it gives you an understanding, because the figure in there, the female character in that is sitting similarly but not the same, so you can draw parallels without sort of going too deep into it. And she's just ready to get up and go in a quiet way and without affecting people, except by giving us this image and saying a last hurrah.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 95, which is a gold distinction. Next print, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Stacey, please?
Yeah, this is really, really beautiful of the age and the detail in the face. I mean, she's just got so many stories to tell, and I love the way that we're really cropped in tight to that. For me personally, I wish that the hands were more in focus, but it's just beautiful.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Lizzie, please?
I really enjoy the grounding of the image and how it really pulls you down and brings down to the bottom of the print. Just watch your highlights. I think a little bit more subtle handling along the back would have enhanced it and brought it up.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Marama, have a break, and Joe Francis, please. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 79 bronze award, and Johan, you've got that?
I mean, we have to rescore anyway, so let's rescore with intent. What a lovely, gentle, beautiful mystery. I gave it an 82. A lot for the originality of the presentation. I do find perhaps the decoration around the outside of the frame a little bit much, but I would have gone a lot further, I imagine, if it had been even more simple. The little hand on the shoulder, again, is another reason why it didn't go to gold, but not the reason to take it out of silver. It's just so beautiful, and I feel quite privileged because I'm here sitting in this seat straight in front of it, and I get to see it and absorb the gentleness of it. And it needs to be viewed more from a distance, I feel, as well. And as judges, we all looked up close. And before you rescore, I'd recommend everybody look from about this far back and feel it and just get lost in it.
Okay, we've got Joe Francis at the other end, please.
Yeah, I'm actually not far off. I scored this one 77, and I'm agreeing with you, Johan, pretty much. It's definitely more compelling from back here. I'm willing to come up to silver. Yeah, I guess my only thoughts were I love the decoration, but I feel like it's competing with the photo. I'd love to see you use it on a different photo. This one feels like you've kind of gilded the lily a little bit. So yeah, and I think a little bit more room for this lady would have been nice around the top. But yeah, I'm happy to come up to silver.
Okay, and Joe, how you're in the middle there, so would you like to?
I was just going to say that I was on 79, really wanted to get up to 80, and now that I'm sitting back and looking at it from a distance, I'll get up there. But it was really difficult to see anything when you're up close. It sort of invites you in to look, and then you're not rewarded with anything until you step back again, which I think is actually quite interesting. So I'll be going up to silver.
Rescore. Back to Johan, sorry.
Job done.
Rescore, please. Lovely. Talking 81 Silver Award. Congratulations. Next print, please. We have a initial score of 74, which is professional standard. We happy with that, judges? Yep. Can we have a comment from Joe Francis, please?
Sure, it's a gorgeous little expression, and I'm really impressed that you've handled the sky so well, given that you had to do it in camera. Yeah, I'm not really sure what it would elevate it other than that. It's probably a bit simple to be awarded more highly.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 73, which is professional standard. Could we get a comment from Johan, please? Oh, Lizzie, you put your hand up.
Yeah, the eyes really draw you in. Just be very careful with your highlights in the shoulder. It's very distracting. There's not very much detail. If there'd been more detail in there, it could have come up higher.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 90, but there is an automatic challenge from Johan. Yep.
Awesome. Well, I gave it 93, so there's a lot of repeated elements in here that are presented to us in diverse ways, like different uses with deer, religion. Religion comes through in a strong way, but almost in an anti-religion way. The use of the Christ figure as the central for this makes you perhaps make up a story for yourself about how we're talking about every person's religion, you know, whether it's hunting, whether it's family, or whether it's anti-religion. Each of the people in there feels like they want to say something to us because they are full of their own personality and characterizations. And there's so many gems within it, and it's held together in the form of a X, and balanced in an incredibly strong way. And how can you not look at that and want to keep reading it? It's like a good novel. It's like a really good novel. You know, and I'm not even talking about the printing yet. So I gave it a 93. It deserves to be well placed in gold.
Thank you. Joe, you're at the other end. Joe Francis, sorry.
I gave it a 86, so not too far out. Yeah, I hear some of what you're saying, Johan. I feel like there's some really great photos in here, but I'm really struggling to kind of understand what they're saying to each other. Yeah, I thought religion, but then some of them don't sort of say any religion to me. Yeah, I guess I just really I need you to go gold. I need someone to explain to me how these photos are sort of what they're saying and how they're talking to each other.
Thank you. Lizzie, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we're talking about this because, I mean, I see sacrifice, especially with, you know, with the image being drawn in the middle with that religious aspect of being sacrificed on the cross, and then we've got the animal heads hanging from the walls. But I feel like that makes me feel like the people within each element have sacrificed so much in their life, and it's just so it's just been curated so thoughtfully. The lines, the angles, the tension of the low crops, even the woman at the top with the praying hands. Now, if you really pour yourself over there, there's so many little golden moments that make you stop, and you wonder why is it there, and then you go to another one, and then it makes you think that's why that's there. And I mean the lighting, the handling of the lighting, the print, and that's why I've scored 90. It's golden.
Thank you. Stacey, anything?
I absolutely love it as well for all of the reasons that you've all said. The shape, obviously, of the crucifixion in the middle, the way that's echoed in the animals' antlers either side just really clinches it for me as well. Even the cross on the bottom left-hand side, it's almost like, well, you know, how does that match the other side? But there's crosses in the window. So to me, all of the images link somehow, but they also all link together. They all, the positioning of each of the characters brings us back into the centre or links to one on the opposite side. They're just really, it has been really cleverly curated and just, yeah, beautifully done.
Joe, how have you got anything?
I was on 87, and I think what kept pulling me away is these 9 images. I love the shapes in them. I get the story. Going up into gold, the one in the bottom right-hand corner, just the way it's worked to me feels like it's lacking a little bit of the finesse that the other 8 hold. Just the lighting across his hand, it just feels, I know it's such a small aspect, and maybe I was a bit harsh, but I'm just, yeah, I feel like there's some inconsistencies in the processing with this and the technique, but it's a really striking image, and I'm enjoying my eye darting around from each, and it keeps moving, so yeah.
Thank you. Back to Johan.
So here we have, well, 9 characters, more if you include the deer. And they're all characters in a story, and the wonderful thing is that we get to make our own story about these. I do see this feeling of decay, you know, decay in the walls, decay in what they're wearing, decay even in the figure in the middle. Around that figure is decay. And each of these characters has, in some way, their own religion. And I think maybe what we're being presented here is the beginning of a story, and that story actually continues for us in our own heads. And what we've got is design, form, colour, tone, well, not colour, but colourful characters, tone, and the beginnings of a great novel that we won't want to put down. Who wants to go back and have another look? Exactly. So I gave it a 93. Come up.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 92, which is a gold award. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Joe Francis, please?
Yeah, this is a really intriguing little duo, and I think if you've ever breastfed and tried to wean a toddler, this is probably quite compelling. I love the serenity of the mother in these, the submission that's we're being shown. I think to elevate it, the lighting is not quite right. We've got more on the bottom than we do on the face. I think keep playing around with this and see if you can get a bit more of a sort of gentle lighting on your left-hand shot and a better lighting on your right-hand shot.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award, and Joe Francis is going to challenge that.
I'll give it a whirl. This one for me is quite compelling. She's just so in the moment. She's put herself on a pedestal. She's celebrating herself. It's really beautifully lit. I just think it's really gorgeous presentation. I'm totally intrigued by what the little patch on her belly is. That keeps bringing me in. I want to know what that is, if anyone can answer that for me. I've squeaked it into silver at 80. I think it's a celebration of womanhood. It's nicely put together. It's like, I don't think I've ever seen it done quite like this. Yeah, I mean, I would have liked the front hand to be a bit more graceful, but overall I think the whole thing's quite successful and just gives me a great feeling. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go to the far end first, which is Stacey. You were at the other end.
Yep, I gave this a 74, and I was held back by that hand. I felt she didn't look so in the moment to me because of that hand, and just that real kind of, I love the idea of her throwing her head back and showing off her beautiful curves and things, but that real up the nostrils look held me back.
Okay, and in the middle we had, is it Joe? Joe House? Yep.
It's just what I was going to comment on has been said. I was on 77 and I think it's a great bronze, but the hand, the positioning of the head, turning the head a little bit to the side so we're not looking straight up a schnoz would be great. And yeah, I really enjoyed the presentation though, yeah.
And Johan wants to have a quick word too. Oh, okay. Back to you, Joe.
Okay, so for me, the head thrown back is, this woman is saying, this photo's not for you, it's for me. And she's fully in her power and in her own moment. And she's not here as a bit of visual display for the rest of us. She's here celebrating herself, and her head is thrown back because she's in the moment. Yep, totally agree about the hand. I probably would have gone higher if it had been flatter, but I do feel like overall the whole thing is beautiful. It's a real celebration of curves and womanhood, and it's nicely lit, and I encourage you to come up to silver.
Thank you. Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 78, bronze award. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to say thank you for the moment to Joe Howe, Johan and Stacey, and we're going to invite Shah, Russell and Faru, please. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 85, but Faru, you have an automatic challenge.
I feel like this image is one of those images you have to spend more time with to understand the story happen. Especially recently in this world, in many countries, we are witnessing lots of conflicts happen between the people and the regime, the government, and police is try to being in between to control everything. And I've seen it a lot when people throwing eggs, paints, everything through the police. Here, I feel like this is the man doing his job, but still he's suffering because he's not appreciated from what he's doing from his own people. There's sadness, the catchlight in his eyes, to me is like tears. There's so much. I'm not making any assumption here. I just showing my feeling. I can see the eggshell even in the helmet. And also the gold color palette. For me here is another bold thing, which I want to say it later. I give it 92. I believe that it's required to be considered more, spend more time, and share with me your thought, please.
Okay, Russell, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I scored at 75. I hear all the things that you're saying, and I'm intrigued also by the character, but I can't take my eye off the fact that the nose is just, the lighting is so beautiful in every other way, and yeah, I just find the nose a distraction in the lighting. I mean, if the story is enough to overcome that distraction for me, sure, I'll go with the flow.
And in the middle, we've got Joe Francis.
I put this at 86, and for really the reasons you've both talked about. I love the mood and the feel of this photo. I didn't actually see the eggshells, so thank you for that. But like Russ, I just feel really like I want it to be lit a bit differently. I find the light on the helmet and on the nose just keeps pulling me away from the face, and I feel a little spoon-fed with the word being in there. It doesn't feel like an authentic police helmet, so it feels a bit like we're being asked to go on a story, and I feel like that perhaps wasn't necessary. Also, for me, it very much looks like the New Zealand police logo, so I'm not getting that same story of conflict or war from that. I'm listening. I mean, yeah, I think the mood and the tone of this is just beautiful, and I think the clothing has been really well handled. But I just, I'm almost getting Rudolph vibes from that nose, and it's pulling me a little out of the beautiful feel of the photo.
Okay, let's go back to Faru. Oh, actually, Lizzie, would you like to have a check?
Yeah, I went in there looking maybe to see a little bit more in the eyes, but I think for you, I think you've really hit the nail on the head with the helmet. And why is the helmet with the light, and why is he hidden? And when you talked about, what this represents in, people being suppressed, is that the word? Oppressed, and I think it really represents this, and the nose doesn't bother me because if we're talking about oppressed, there's still that little bit of freedom, so it's got that little bit of light on his face still. So yeah, I'm happy to come up. I think. Thank you for the discussion.
Okay, back to you, Fru.
Thank you, Joe and Russell. About the lighting, I'm going to explain it. For me, the lighting here is explaining an interesting story. The nose is a bit shiny, but really, the nose is like a bit closer to the source of the light. It's always be shiny. We can't hide it. The things here, the helmet is shiny. Because it's all your attention drawn to the helmet, to the egg. It's like they disgrace the police, their own people, the guarding the people as well. The own, how this put it in a word. I get a bit emotional, like, oh. So the helmet is shiny because we don't want to see the police, the face, the sadness, the embarrassment. That's the eyes is a bit in the shadow, but the catch light there is telling the story. I feel like the lighting is really well taught. I'm with you, maybe the nose could be a bit darker, but story here is more important. I don't have much to add. I want to just say the print level is outstanding as well. I've never seen this kind of portrait in any competition, so it's totally original for me as well. And the story is there for me because I've seen it a lot like conflicting with people. I'm staying my narrative because I experience it a lot, but I leave it to you guys. Go.
Rescore, please. Well done, 90, gold. Next print, please.
All right, so we have an 87 silver distinction, and we've got 2 hands up. Joe, do you want to take this one?
Wow. What an expression. Whew. There's just so much raw openness in this photo. I'm not really one to get excited about religious photos, to be honest, but this guy's got me. I want to sit and talk with him for hours. And it's so beautifully lit. And there's all these little cookies all over the place, little things like, I want to know what that star's about, the one above his head. This is a serious man, but he's got a little twinkly star above his head. Yeah, to me, I just find him so compelling. This photographer has just held space for this person and waited for this moment where this person gave them just raw openness. I've given it a 91. I'm thinking I might have been a bit stingy, so yeah, let's talk.
Faru, do you want to tell us what you're thinking about this?
I give it 83, and I feel like the image is really well captured. The lighting is absolutely stunning. The color palette, the choice of paper, everything works together perfectly. But I'm confused about the story here. I'm trying to figure out exactly what's the blue star there. Perhaps the story there, I don't know it. But if anyone can explain the story, I'd definitely come up. Not sure about gold. Still, I feel like the cropping from top and bottom is so close to the object. And yeah, I'm listening, Joe.
Russell?
I've scored it 91, and I've been shy on it. The story for Ru is this order is all about order, and this has not just been whimsically placed in front of us. Every single element has been incredibly well considered, and I do believe possibly included in this process is also the subject himself. So symmetrical, beautiful placement. I don't really care what. I mean, I'm not intimate. I think it's Masonic. I'm not intimate with whatever the concept of the blue star might add, but who cares, because it's been purposefully put there, and I think it's a beautiful, cool colour against the lovely skin tone of the gentleman. But it also plays in the same family as the blues in his outfit. So the chairs, the frames, the binding of the book right in the centre, the symbol of the Masons on the page holding the book open. All those V's are pointing towards us, pointing towards the star. The story is there of this guy who's got basically responsibility, experience, time. He's obviously senior, and he is full of it in his body language, looking straight at us. There's a lot of time has gone past by in this guy's personal beliefs and the beliefs of others in the room, and I think it's been fantastically delivered to us.
And Lizzie, you're kind of sitting in the middle there.
Yeah, I'm just so glad that we're discussing it, because I was so captivated by that beautiful lighting and expression on his face, and the tones, the little skull and crossbones in the background mixed with the star. You get this real sense of, I don't know, I find it really peaceful and quiet, but also I feel like he's not actually that person. Yeah, I mean, he's got a silver medal around his neck. We might as well make it gold.
And Shah, you're sitting kind of down the other end. Do you have anything to?
I don't really have much more to add, and we are in the portrait category, and this is a beautiful, compelling and imposing portrait of this gentleman. I think the Masons are a closed order, Joe, so to women, so I'm not sure whether you'd get much of a chance to talk with him, but yeah, get yourself in there. So yeah, I had it on 84, so I'm not sure if I can come up into gold, but maybe into silver distinction.
Cool. And Joe, back to you.
We haven't talked about how old this man is. This man is at death's door. He is friggin' old. He's falling apart. But he is strong, he is staunch, he is open, he is raw. And you know, men of this age, to have them be open like this, to have them basically lay their souls bare like this while still being beautifully dressed, that's a real gift, you know, for this family, for this community to have this portrait of this man at the end of his days. This is going to live forever, this photo. This is quite separate from how masterfully it's been handled. Just the freaking heart on that plate, we're being served here, guys. This is gold. Come on.
Judges, please rescore. Joe, you just need to enter yours again. And well done, you've tooked it up to a gold. It's a 91. Next print, please.
Okay, we have an initial score of 78, which is a bronze award. Are we happy with that, judges? Shah, yep, go for it.
I really enjoyed this image when it popped up through the run through, and I think it's been really cleverly put together, and it's a really interesting and fun depiction of this person. I think for me the little thing that clinched it, that just popped it into silver distinction for me, was the cherry earring, the little cherry on the top, and I had to wonder if that was perhaps the stage name for this person, Cherry on Top. I really want the roasting dish. I don't have one. It's been beautifully lit. It's been well handled. It's been well styled. The frame within the frame gives it an interesting dimension, and it makes it a little bit more three-dimensional than just a flat black mat. So yeah. Let's have a wee chat about this. I hope you like cherries.
Okay, at the other end, you've got Faru.
Sure, I haven't seen the cherry at the top. I can see the earring of the cherry. But anyway, I gave it a 73, and I feel like I'm coming few points up to high bronze because she looks really proud. I feel like this character is collecting. She's a collector. I was trying to find why I can see every element there, like the scissor, the cherry, the key. So I was like, maybe she's a collector. We all love to just collecting little things and keep it. So the story now is more obvious for me, but in terms of technique, the portrait crop, I think, is really hurt the image because we have a frame here, and the portrait crop is so close to the edge of left-hand side of the image. I feel like more square crop definitely elevate the composition of the image. Also, the character by their self is like so close to the top of the frame. Again, it's just like you feel the composition is really not balanced, and I'm struggling with that. And also there is a bright light happen on her chest, which is really distracting, and my eyes keep back to her dress and the chest instead of seeing her proud face. I'm listening, Shar.
Okay, Russell.
I actually think the cropping's quite importantly sort of tight, really. I mean, obviously there's a pronoun sort of going on in here somewhere, and God knows how to use them anymore, but, pardon? Her, okay, all right, let's go with her. Well, that's, okay. But that's certainly what the person's projecting, and I think the quietude of her expression is a really strong part of it, and the lighting allows us to take into account all the detail through of all the different things in her hair. I think that the lighting on the chest sort of allows us to sort of play with that part of the physique of this person as well, and it's sort of proudly, sort of strongly put towards us, if you like, and I think the lighting allows us to let her outfit flow down into the bottom right-hand side of the frame. I think the cropping is actually a very considered expression of this person. I scored it in the silvers as well, and I feel like I scored at 82, and I feel like coming up a bit higher because as a piece of communication, I think this person would be very proud of herself being captured this way and delivered this way.
Okay, back to you, Shah.
Yeah, thank you, guys. That's really good talking, and I'm really pleased that we did get a chance to talk about this. In regards to the crop, it would be expected, and perhaps deliberate to give it a square crop, because that's probably what we would do normally. But the fact that they've chosen not to do this is a little bit of bravery from the point of the photographer. And I think that the idea, right, Russell, what you're saying about the highlight on the chest. Yeah, it's a celebration of womanhood. That's when you have a person who has this persona, they want to show everything, and the bigger the better. So that's why we have big hair. That's why we've got big lashes. That's why we've got a small image in a bigger frame. You know, everything is larger than life, and that's what I think this person really is. And we get that feeling of being larger than life. So look, you're all very close. Let's reward this with a few more cherries, please.
Rescore, please. Good talking, 82, which is a silver award. Blank screen, please. We are going to invite Catherine to the panel and Lizzie, have a break, please. Next print, please. We have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. We're all happy with that. Jo, would you like to give feedback for that? Thanks.
Yeah, there's a lot of beauty in this photo. I think it's a concept that's worth going back to and just thinking a little bit more about what you're trying to say, because the woman's expression isn't really giving us enough to read a narrative into it.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a initial score of 74, which is a professional standard. Are we happy with that, judges? Okay, thank you. Russell, can we have a comment from you, please?
I enjoyed the image, actually. I think the person, you've done a great job. Pretty brave putting a female square shoulder, but it adds to the strength of this person's character and the whole concept of radiating out of the top. The lighting may be a little bit broad, but a really good attempt.
Thank you. Next print, please. While we're waiting for the judges, just a reminder, we've got the Ian Poole Memorial Award. That is an award in memory of Ian Poole for our top judge of the IRIS conference. You can vote at the NZIPP table in the foyer. So if you've enjoyed comments from our judges, if you're here, pop in a name. We have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations. And let's have a comment from Catherine, please.
Yeah, congratulations to the photographer. This is a fabulous, innovative expression of what it feels like to be that pregnant and that filled with water yourself, and then you're in the water, and there's this sort of truncation of the body throughout, and this progression through. I think it's fabulous choice of paper stock as well. You know, it's a great score for a great image. What you could do to improve it, it's actually not too much to fault. Possibly that final image isn't quite of the same tonality to the rest of them, and that just holds it back a wee bit, but congratulations.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a blank screen, please? We are going to say thank you for the moment to Faru and to Catherine, and we're bringing in Johan and Marama, please. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 78 bronze, and Russell's got his hand up.
I scored this 83. This is a pretty good little story, and I love how it leads into all sorts of other things. I read it as a very successful family, actually, who are real characters. I mean, the tattoos, the suggestion that they're making their own wine, really the quality of their environment, the little kid just down the in that pool of light down the other end, just throwing her hair around, her brother in the shadows, just at that stage of his life, a little bit more subdued. Everything leads to all these lovely little stories in this thing, and I think this is worthy of a silver.
Okay, Shah, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I get the family story here. I guess just what sort of held it just a wee bit out of the award range for me was just the distortion on the left part of the image, where that roll of paper looks really, the labelling for the wine looks really a bit distorted. And I just, yeah, that was mainly what it did it for me. It's just that cohesion and balance just wasn't a wee bit off for me.
Okay, and we're going to go to Johan.
So I gave it a 76, and I think it's looking for an award, absolutely. The lighting control, I feel, is a little bit too much. The brightness on the man's face and the too darkness on the boy, so much so that you can't actually get enough information to say, yeah, he's okay to be there. And then that distortion is also impacting on the woman holding the child, and it's a little bit unfortunate, but I really love the rock and roll story. It's great.
Okay, back to you, Russell.
Well, this has been shot sort of rock and roll as well. I mean, these people, those two things that you mentioned with the distortion, I mean, this person's allowed the heat of the light on the left to the darkness on the right. Let's just say that they dropped the light on the left and they'd lifted the light on the right. That's boring. boring as batshit. It would just even it out. So these guys are in your grill, they're in the spotlight on stage. You know, that a wine label is a little bit out to me in the whole references of we've been given all over this thing. Even it's just popping up to me now, the red on the bottle in his hands against his black shirt. Johan, the fella in the shade, I mean, this photographer has purposefully let that guy sit in there in his mystery that he's in the same way that he's completely illuminated the outgoing, eccentric sister that he's probably putting up with every day of his life. And then in the front there, we've been in the spotlight of the stage is this wonderful couple who've generated or created this whole world about them, successfully so. And I think it's really quite a quirky way of showing the character of a family. And I think at least a silver.
Rescore, please. Good talking, Russell. 80, silver. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 81, which is a silver award, and Shah's got her hand right up.
What a beautiful, lush and inviting portrait into this woman's life. And the fact that she is still, I think, in her home makes it even more exciting given her obvious age. The lushness of the velvet on the chair, the brightness of her top, the fact that she's brought out her best crystals, which she only reserves for special occasions. So she's obviously thought enough about this to present herself to the photographer at her very best. Her expression is so genuine and soft and engaging, with the warmth coming in on her face is just absolutely palpable. The detail in the curtains also adds that extra element of richness and texture. And you go back to the plates on the wall and you could perhaps be a little bit distracted by the highlight on the clock showing the time, but as Joe alluded to in a previous image, perhaps it is coming close to her time as well. And I don't see that as a distraction. There's lovely shapes and circles in the shadows and in the patterns of the plates on the wall and mirrored in the patterns in the curtains. So I scored at 86.
Okay, at the other end, I've got Joe Francis.
I really wanted to love this, but I got up there and those giant hands just keep pulling my eye away from her face. And then when I find myself back at her face, I don't find her expression all that compelling. Like, I don't really feel much from her. I love the colours, I love the textures, I love the placement. I think the composition's wonderful, but the sort of the giant hands and the expression are just. And then I come back up to the little clock, and I do find that little highlight quite distracting. I'm listening. I'm not miles off. I'm at 78. But yeah, I would need to feel a little bit more from this picture to come up much higher.
Russell, and then.
I was on 78 as well, Joe, mainly for the clock up in the top left-hand corner, but I really enjoyed the hands, actually. The hands have I had a studio specialising in photographing women for 15 years, and the irony was is that the one element that was in common about them criticising themselves or a part of themselves was their hands. And hands tell a person's life story. So I think the hands have been purposefully thrust towards us in this instance, almost with a feeling of sort of over-enlargement of a normal sort of sized hand, if you like, for that sized person, but nonetheless the hands are very characterful, and for that reason I scored it in the high bronzes. I think I could slip into silver, but like you, Joe, I was distracted with the clock up the top left, which took our eye there for no reason.
And Johan.
So I gave this an 81, and I think it deservedly sits in a silver. There are a couple of distractions, the clock, but also on the right-hand side, the pattern in the fabric becomes so strong, and it's square and quite deliberate, but there are no other matching things really of equal quality in the other side, so it pulls you out. And really what you want to do is you want to float in the middle somewhere. The hands, I understand, if you look at what she's wearing, she herself has kind of shrunk in life, and she's got this clothing that's a little bit large on her now. So, you know, the hands live with that. They haven't changed. Lovely light, lovely everything else, but the distractions are quite strong and do pull you away from distinction.
Okay, Shah, back to you.
Well, maybe she's looking towards the light because that's where she's heading. Russell, you have beautifully handled the hands for me, so I don't need to revisit that. And I think I also explained a little bit more about my feeling about the clock and the reflection. And it could be a reflection of her life. Perhaps if you use it metaphorically, it could be her time. Perhaps her clothes are big and baggy because yes, as you get older, things do happen that way, that you do become more frail, and your clothes tend to hang. But I think it's a beautiful depiction, and let's see what you can do, guys. Thank you.
Rescore, please. $82 silver award. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Shah's got her finger up. Yep, go for it.
I found this really interesting and quite compelling. The position, we always talk about hands, and here the hands tell quite a unique story because it depicts obviously the culture and the heritage of the person in the image. The distortion in the hands is quite jarring and quite disturbing, and I think that's probably why it sort of popped me into the silver range. I was trying to figure out how to do that, and I've got no clue how that actually happens. Also, if you look up by his ear, there's it looks like a little wire, and I'm not sure whether it's a deliberate thing or whether it's a hearing aid or what it is. And I thought, well, if it is, then perhaps this person is totally lost in their moment. Perhaps they can't hear the music, but perhaps they can feel it. And that's kind of the feeling that I got from this image. So I had it scored at 83.
I'm going to come to you, Johan.
I gave this a 72 because of the hands. Yes, you've made the story about the hands, but then they should have been in focus. And that's just really unfortunate for, I think, the story they're trying to tell.
And Marama, you're in the middle.
I actually think the hands are really graceful, not so distorted, and the hands are telling the story. So yes, I think they should be in focus. I think it's beautifully lit. It's really nice, rich colours, and it's a really strong bronze for me.
Okay, back to you, Shah.
Well, you're all very close, and I haven't really heard anything terribly I can't find the word. Not things that you haven't totally disliked about the image. You're right, Marama. It does have rich colours, and I do think that perhaps the hands aren't in focus is because there is movement, and it is a dance portrait. If they were totally static, then the image would have a much more one-dimensional feeling. So look, you're really close. Let's see what we can do.
Rescore, please. $77 Bronze Award. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to ask Joe and Russell to have a break. Tony and Catherine, can you jump back in, please? Next print, please. We have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Are we happy with that, judges? Okay, Shah, would you like to give feedback, please?
I think it's a lovely, sweet portrait of this young man, and the fact that you've shown us the African states forward makes me think that there's a connection to that particular continent. But I just think it just needs a little bit more development. So keep working with what you're doing. It just feels a little bit obvious at this point.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 73, which is a bronze award. Are we happy with that? Oh, sorry, professional standard. Are we happy with that, judges? Okay. Thank you. Marama, would you like to?
I really enjoy the colours in this image. I see the tension between the flowers and if it's a sword or a dagger, and the expression on her face. I'm not quite understanding the story fully.
Johan, you wanted to have a quick word?
And just be very mindful of what you do with your hands. Think about posing them better.
Thank you, judges. Next image, please. While we're waiting for our judges, we'd like to thank Sony, the major sponsor of the Iris Awards, and also to Ilford, who are the category sponsors today of the portrait category. We have an initial score of 76, which is a bronze award. Are we happy with that, judges? Okay, Marama, would you like to give feedback again, please?
I really wanted to have a conversation about this image because it looks like he's a slave to the coffee pot, I'm assuming. So he's quite anguished about needing more coffee, perhaps. But if anyone else has got some other narrative on it, I'd really appreciate hearing it.
Yep, Catherine's.
Just in terms of improvement, I felt, you know, the sort of study on the body, look at where the light is hitting, and the light is hitting on the top of the foot, the back of the shoulder, and the back of the hand, and the ear. So probably in the, where our eye is going to maybe the least interesting areas, and if there was a bit more control on the lighting, this could be stronger.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 79 bronze, and Catherine's hands is up.
Yeah, I gave this 88. To me, this really speaks to sort of a couple of things. That's the fleeting moments of childhood, and that, you know, and using the shadow to show that, because shadows are always forever fleeting and changing. It's a really innovative way to use very simple elements. I mean, the bubbles, we can certainly, you know, there's always bubbles in play, but using what looks like a piece of furniture, like a kitchen chair or a table or something like that, you know, this is an everyday scene that could be at any time done in an innovative way. And each frame is imperative to telling the story. I mean, we've got a lot more complexity in that left frame, but each of those, the reaching out, the running through frame, and then, you know, what's left, it just really tells a very strong story. Also really enjoying the print quality and the beautiful presentation.
Okay, I'm going to go down to the other end, which is Shah.
Thank you, Catherine. I kind of felt that the first image was really the one that kind of threw me off, because the little figure is a little bit out of focus, and when I take him out, the whole series becomes so much stronger for me. And I love the fact that sometimes we look at light areas as a distraction, but because there's no adult present, those two little dots in the two central images are almost like there's a little bit of a guardian there, which is why I kind of popped it into the silver, into the bronze range. Yeah, I've listened to what everyone else has to say, and I'll have a think about my score. Thank you.
Johan.
I was naughty and I used a 79 but that's because I was cusping. I wanted it to go silver, but I felt like it lived in bronze. And the main reason is that the first image over-explains what's happening, and I feel like I've been smacked on the head by, this is a story about a boy with a bubble. And so I felt annoyed by that, because the other images are beautiful. And even if you'd just been able to use the first shadow without the blower and the kid, then I think it would have been quite stunning and quite ethereal and quite beautiful, really.
Thank you. And back to Catherine, please.
Yeah, and it's interesting, this first frame. And to me, if I imagine this without the first frame, it actually becomes all about that heavy shadow. And I'm sort of losing that element. You know, the boy out of focus, that to me is a piece of the magic. Like, that's a piece of the movement. You know, what is sharp in here? You know, we're looking at shadows and movement and play. And, you know, that tells that story really strongly. I think the shapes, the sort of the multiple arms that really lead us into frame. And I love the shadow that's in that first photo, how that just leads into that first bubble. And so throughout there, we're sort of going up and down and up and down and up and down. And it just tells that story of the sort of playfulness and also the erraticness of childhood play. And to me, it feels far too innovative to sit in a lower scoring range. I'd love to see it go higher.
Judges, please rescore. And great chat there. It has gone 81 into the silver range. Can I please have a blank screen? And we're just going to switch some judges around. Thank you, Tony, Shah, and Catherine. If I can get you guys to step down. And we're going to bring in Joe Howe, Stacey, and Lizzie. And next print, please. All right, so we have an average of 81 silver award. And are we accepting that, judges? Yep. Yeah.
I was on 88. I think this person has such presence. She's really grounded. She knows who she is. It's exemplified with the crown and background too, like she's the queen. She knows who she is and where she belongs, and she's not, her direct gaze into the camera is really emotive. So that's why I scored it in an 88.
Yep, thank you. Let's go to Johan down the other end, please.
I'm very happy. I'm very glad that we're getting to talk about this because there's a lot of power in here. There's a lot of strength, and I'm a willing score changer. And I just felt the printing was just a little bit on the flat side, and I wanted a bit more energy out of the printing because the energy's so strong in her or him, and they are just so defiant in a way, in a way that public art can bring defiance out of people. I wish there wasn't that little hint of a car in the background to make this image stronger and more solid, but I'm very happy to be talked up.
And Joe, do you want to have a wee chat?
I was sitting in the silver range on 82. I agree with the fact that even though there's definitely bright whites in the sky and there's dark blacks in the thing, it just feels a little bit flat on the subject. But I think the author has been really clever with the way that the hair matches in with the painting that they've done with the killer whale. I can only assume that they are the painter, judging by what they're holding. But when you go in and have a look, like there's just the little details that have been left in. You can see on like the leg that's obviously pressed against the wet paint with the black. You've got goosebumps all down that leg there, and it's just there's little extra bits of sharp detail compared to that beautiful whipping around hair. I think I'm going to be coming up. It's a really powerful portrait.
And Marama, back to you.
I think this is really innovative. We don't generally see portraits like this, and that gives it her power. So yeah, I encourage you to come up. And I really like what you said, Joe, about the hair matching in with the spray paint in the background. It's awesome.
Judges, please rescore. And we have 85 for silver distinction. Next print, please. And we have 74, a professional standard. Next print, please. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Who would like to speak to that one? Stacey?
It's a really, really lovely colour palette. Beautiful, like those silky kind of blue tones go really well with her beautiful peachy skin. The skin's been handled really well. There's obviously thinking a little bit more about your light. It's very dark on that left side of it, or darker on that left side of the face, not so flattering. And that part in the dress at the back there just really distracts and pulls you out of the image.
Thank you, Stacey. Next print, please.
Okay, we have an initial score of 74, which is a professional standard. Are we okay with it? Stacey, you're challenging?
I'll give it a go. I gave it a 78. I walked up there and really initially struggled to see what the connection was between these ladies, but I believe it's potentially the same lady. And she starts, in some ways, quite a simple, ordinary portrait, potentially goes through a stage where she's changes quite radically. It's tied up in things. They're darker. The mood is darker. Something happens for her. Maybe I don't know. She gets involved in things that she shouldn't. She's certainly tied up, and then she comes out the other. You can see that her eye has been affected quite significantly, disfiguring her face. And then on the other side, we've got the depiction of her again back in white. Looking more pure. I'm not quite sure what the story is. It feels like she's been through something quite dark and sinister in the middle. She's kind of come through out the other side, but it's left her scarred. And so for that interesting story, I was actually hoping someone else might be able to feed a little bit more into this for me. But I felt it needed to be rewarded for that real sense of something major's happened here.
Okay, we're going to Johan at the other end.
So I gave this a 70, and if I was really wrong, I know that somebody would tell me. But I like your story. I think there's the potential for truth in that. But if they're coming out to something, say, more pure and potentially better, I would have liked to have seen perhaps a bit more happiness in that. To say that, yes, I'm good now. And whatever that was, it doesn't need to be deliriously happy, but the character in the last image does look not very happy at all. Yeah.
And Madam Maid, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I'm on 76. I actually think the first image is how we would see the person. The middle image is probably how she sees herself. And she's like this one-eyed, jealous kind of monster wrapped up in her own concerns. And the last image is kind of a distorted reality about how she actually sees herself.
Okay, back to you, Stacey.
Okay. Thanks for adding another story to that. I think it's one of those images where I think we can obviously all come up with our own story. For me, if I was sticking with the narrative that I came up with in my head, I would say that I don't believe she should be that she is Joyce the other end, but simply because she's come out from this situation scarred. So she's come out the other side, but she is still scarred. So she's not joyful, but she's come through it, but she's paid the price of whatever has happened.
Okay, rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Well done. Next image, please. While we're waiting for our judges, our major sponsor Sony have got a competition running across the event. Find the QR code around the venue. Scan the code to complete the online quiz, and all correct entries go in the draw to win $500 Sony voucher. You can find more about it on the signs around the venue. And make sure you stop by and see the guys at Sony from Friday. We have an initial score of 85, but Johan has an automatic challenge.
Good. And I teetered. I did teeter on whether I should go silver distinction or gold, and then I felt that this is I gave it a 91. And I felt this is a series of images about how we communicate and the meaning of that communication. And initially I felt it was sort of a little too dark, but then I became comfortable with that because it fitted into the darkness that happens. And I felt the connections that were happening were quiet and subtle, and the telling moment was... So I feel that the main character, the one lying in bed, is not very able to communicate at all. And then there's, in the second image down, there's a hand that comes out. And then what's that hand saying? It's saying thank you and I respect you and I love you and all those things back, but without words. And then there's an acknowledgement perhaps of the photographer in the last image where there's also a thank you in that. And there's something about age and moving on, I guess, where perhaps you lose the ability to say all those wonderful things in a glorious and happy way that you would love to. But this photographer has presented us with little hints of them, of that message that's coming back from somebody perhaps who can't communicate very well. How can you not be chilled by that? I gave it a gold.
Okay, Joe, we're coming to you.
I was right down the other end. I gave this a bronze. Some of the reasons that you mentioned, such as the darkness of the image, I really struggled with the grey, the flatness of the printing with that really bright white paper stock around it, surrounding it. I felt like it's quite jarring for such a subtle scene. I also... Looking at the four images together there, I wonder why the one on the left was chosen as the hero image, where I feel like there are others that have more impact, such as the inclusion of the hand. I like the full stop of the looking at the camera. I guess I was probably a little bit harsh, but it's not quite screaming gold at me, and I'm listening, but yeah, I think I need a little bit more convincing.
Okay, Marama, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I'm on 85. I'm sitting here quietly having a cry. It's just beautiful when you're at the end of your life and all you have to give is love. This shows it to me, and I just think it's stunning, and it clearly shows, I guess, their sisters, having their final moments together.
Lizzie.
The right-hand side middle image is absolutely exceptional, and I think that on its own would be gold distinction. I will definitely come up, but if I saw that just as its own, yeah, it would really be something else, and I really want to congratulate the photographer for that.
Stacey, did you want to say anything?
I don't know that I can say much else either, to be honest. This really, really feels like end of life. Literally in, minutes, hours. And it's just done very, very gently and very, very, very sensitively. And just that little connection at the end to the photographer just, it just, I get, that person is kind of saying to me at the end, I know you're still there and I'm still here, but it is goodbye. And it's very, very beautiful.
Okay, back to you, Johan.
I think we need a moment. So the first photo says, I love you. The second photo says, I really love you. The third photo says, I love you back. And the fourth photo says, thank you.
Rescore, please, judges. $91 Gold Award. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. We're good with that, judges? Stacey's challenging? Okay.
Okay, give me a moment. I scored this an 86. It's got, each individual portrait has got beautiful movement in it and shapes, and that person feels so joyful, and I just think each silhouette is kind of showing off their form really, really beautifully. There's some really lovely details in there with fingers that we can see, so even where it's really blurry, we can still see some gorgeous fingers. The one in the middle with the hands over the head, we can see the fingers coming down to the back of the neck, and then in the last image there's some beautiful fingers as well. Just the shapes are really interesting, and the flow through the image, I kind of get that kind of up, sort of I go down, sort of down to the second one, and up to the middle one, and then kind of curve round. Lots of curls, lots of shapes. I think it's beautifully presented. They're enjoying those little squares, and I'm just popped it into Silver Distinction, and I would really, really love you to join me in there.
Lizzie, you're at the other end.
I see the shapes. I see the movement. I see a lot, but I'm not feeling much from it other than that sense of movement. I think there'd been something in there that kind of slightly grabbed my attention. To make it a little bit more thought-provoking. I'm at 77. I'm quite happy there.
Okay, Johan, you're there.
Okay, so I gave it an 85, and I was actually going to go higher, and I think I still might because I can. Who didn't feel like a bit of a boogie up there? Like a bit of this and a bit of that, and it motivates you and activates you, and it has wonderful form and containment. So you've got a round on this side and a round on that side and then a vertical in the middle, and the leaning in towards mid. I mean, it's so lovely, the balance. The balance is strong, thought through. There's two images where you can see hands, which give you just a point of focus if you really, really wanted one. One in the middle where it should be and the fingers are pointing down the neck, and the one on the end where they're pointing in towards the rest of the image. And if you roll around and roll around, it actually becomes a tune. Why isn't it higher than, what did it get?
82 silver.
82. I gave it an 85. I'm happy to go up a bit.
Okay, back to you, Stacey.
Thanks, Johan. Great support there. I completely, that whole thing about music, it does make me want to dance. It does make me want to jiggle up and down. There's plenty of movement in there for me. It feels like a tune. It's almost a little bit like, you know, keys on a piano as well, especially with that kind of format of those squares. Let's bring it up into silver distinction.
Rescore, please. Good talking, 85, silver distinction. Next prints, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. And can we have a chat from Joe, please?
Oh, this has such a fun feel to it. As soon as it turns around, I had a little giggle. I love that it's a different way of exploring a maternity portrait. And just as a way to improve it a little bit, if that wonderful highlights had been brought across onto the tootsies sticking out of the end of the bath, I think that that would have lifted the image a bit. But yeah, I really enjoyed this. Well done.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to give Stacey and Marama a bit of a break, and Faru and Joe Francis, can you pop in, please? Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. And Joe Francis, would you like to give some feedback, please?
Sure. I really enjoyed this one. I scored it a 78. I love the choice of the background paper and the styling and the wonderful expression coming from this young person. I think to elevate it, there's just a few little things that aren't quite right. That little wobble in his clothing on the left-hand side is a bit distracting. I think it could have had a bit of a wider crop, and the highlights are just a little hot.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 73, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Lizzie, please?
I like the placement and the light coming in on her head and her shoulders, and the flow of the dress. I'm just lost a little bit at the bottom of the flow of the dress. It's quite heavy in the blacks. A little bit more detail in there would bring it up a bit.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. And Jo Howes, would you like to give a comment, please?
What an intriguing portrait. I really enjoyed actually the sort of unusual colour tone in here. It's not the warmth that you usually expect to see. I found the highlights were a little, just that teeniest bit too hot on the side of her face with a little bit of a colour cast. What really drew me away was she's got her hand so gently poised on the top of that bottle, but her hand is out of focus, yet the bottom of the bottle is sharp. So perhaps just that little bit extra depth of field would really help us to concentrate on the areas where we would like to, but I like the styling. Well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 84, but Jo Francis has an automatic challenge.
I scored this 91, and you probably all saw me sit down quite fast and thought maybe I wasn't having a good look, but God, this makes me uncomfortable. And I love it for that. Everything in this photo feels like it's falling at you. I feel like the tension that's been brought to this image and the sort of story that goes along with who this character is and the sort of old decrepitness of everything in this photo, it's just powerful. It's just, I think it's so brave to put something so uncomfortable in front of us. Yeah, I just feel like this is a masterful bit of storytelling.
Okay, Faru, you know we're coming to you.
I really find this portrait of the gentleman. It's the whole details there, the deliver of the prints, the exposure, the amazing composition. Everything is perfectly done, and I gave it 77 for that. But I'm really lost in the characters, the story, narrative. Who is this person? Why this house is a background? Why this angle? So if you can explain all the questions, if you can explain all the question to me, I really want to come up. Not sure about the gold, but perhaps silver.
Okay, Jo Howe, you're in the middle.
I gave this an 83 for the reasons that have been mentioned. I think from Faru, I really enjoy how it's warped. The character is the central placing of that character is great, but I don't feel any connection. The only thing I feel is that with the subject's eyes being drawn down and the light on the nose and the chin drawing you down to that point, the V on the shirt, it just makes me drop right out of the frame, which I find that it's a little bit uncomfortable to look at is part of its appeal, but I've got it sitting as right smack bang in the silver range, and I'm really comfortable with that. I almost wish that there was just locking dead eyes with that subject. I just want a little bit more connection and story, which I'm not quite getting, but I'm listening for sure.
Johan, you wanted a word?
Yeah, I gave it an 81, and mainly on, I love the character, I love the diminutive expression and the cast down eyes. I think that's a powerful thing. I feel the printing actually is a little bit forced on this, and like she's got a dark halo around her head and all sorts of other things that are just a little bit very heavy-handed. So I'd like to reward it with a silver for the content, but I feel the processing has been a bit heavy.
Lizzie, you were in the...
Yeah, sometimes simplicity is powerful. We all said the word uncomfortable with the way that it's falling, and that's elderly. You know, they're crooked, they're dishevelled. This person is crooked. It's dishevelled and it is falling, and our eyes are led out of the image, because I think that's what this person is trying to. It's that symbolism of elderly and being end of the life. We are fading and falling, and it's just so simple and so powerful in that. And I want a reward for the simplicity.
Okay, back to you, Joe.
If this was your parent, wouldn't you just want to go and push them back up, right? And say, no, I'm not ready for you to go. Because everything about this person is on their way out. They're going down. Their whare is falling on them. The house is coming down around them. They didn't get to their Swedish death cleaning. You're going to have to do that for them. All the cobwebs in the background are mimicked by the cobwebs of their eyebrows. It's simple, but it's really true. And it's got us all feeling uncomfortable. And we should feel uncomfortable because death is uncomfortable, and elderly parents and having to go and clean that friggin' house afterwards, that's an uncomfortable thing. It's taking us right where we all don't want to be, but are probably all going with our parents and ourselves. I feel like it's a very powerful piece of communication, and I'd like you guys to reward it, at least at silver distinction, if not gold.
Rescore. $87 silver distinction. Next image, please. We have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. And Faru, would you like to speak, please?
The delivering of 3 images to tell a story about this gentleman is really powerful and strong, and it's all about the man put his work in first, and then the family. Perhaps that's my interpretation of that. And he lost a child as well, and I think the overall elements to describe the narrative is really strong. However, I feel like it's a bit pushy to read it, especially in the image at the bottom right. I was like really competing in terms of composition. But very well done to the photographer for delivering such a great piece of art and a communication to us.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Joe Francis and Johan have a break, and can we have Tony Carter and Russell in, please? Next print, please. We have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award, and Russell's hand's gone up.
Excuse me. I scored this in silver, 84. I think this is a high level of competence here. The light is beautiful. The detail is exquisite. I can forgive the hands disappearing into the garment because it just allows us to look at the face, which is encapsulated by the shape at the top of the mat and the beautiful shape of the garment. So lovely expression on the child. I just think it's a very pure, simple image that sometimes gets past us because of its simplicity.
Okay, Faru, you down at the other end.
I give it 73 because of all details and good things you mentioned, Russell. I think I'm really agree with you. The color palette is divine and the lighting is absolutely works with the subject. However, I feel like the hand is not really quiet there. I know she's a toddler and perhaps it's really hard to pose her, but still I think is like, especially the left side, the heavy-handed, there's a darkness there, the hand is just hiding somewhere. So it was like, and also the expression is really off. I'm not sure the baby is really happy, is really involving, is really angry to be there. It's just like looking at the camera, no expression, but I'm listening.
Okay, and Joe, you were in the middle.
I agree with everything that's been said. I gave this a 78 as a bronze because I think it's a really it's a solid portrait. I think I like the curve of the presentation at the top. I would have loved to have seen this in a circle mount to just get rid of all those issues with the hands at the bottom and just really concentrate on that quite intense stare, and the lighting on the hair is beautiful. I think it's a nice bronze award.
Okay, back to you, Russell.
It sounds like I'm out on my own a little bit, but I enjoy it very much, and I think it's a solid silver myself, so please score where you feel comfortable scoring.
Rescore, please. $77 bronze award. Next print, please. So we're in the portrait category of the NZIPP Iris Awards, sponsored by Sony. Ilford are the category sponsors today here. We have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Congratulations. Russell, can you give a comment to the author, please?
Congratulations on the imagination of trying to create something like this. I just feel like perhaps it's a little bit unresolved about the person with the severity of the head throwing back and what have you. But really, really cool effort, and keep working on that concept.
Next print, please. We have an initial score of 77 Bronze Award. Are we all happy with that, judges? Okay, thank you. Lizzie, would you like to give comment?
I was really drawn in by the feet, actually, and usually the feet are the last thing you look at, but I'm enjoying almost like a dancing feel, like like this mother may have been a dancer, and that, in a weird way, it makes the bottom of the image feel quite elegant, and with the baby, it's almost like dancing. But I'm just very confused by the looking away. Maybe if there was just an ounce of connection, it could have somehow brought that all together.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 70, which is professional standard. Can we have some feedback from Tony, please?
The colours in this image are fantastic and soft and beautiful, muted. If I was wanting to, if you wanted to get this up to a more award standard, probably consider your posing. She's very sort of frontal and looking a bit uncomfortable in her body, and that's also an expression.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 71, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Russell, please?
Great connection with your subject, lovely expression. I think the hair is blending into the background a little bit too much, not quite enough separation. And to me, just a little letdown. Obviously, the mole on her face is a big part of her personality. Leave it there by all means. But to choose a pearl right next to it, I think kind of just drew attention to it in a way that it didn't necessarily need to, but otherwise lovely.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 70, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Lizzie, please?
I really would not want to mess with her. Yes, the gaze is awesome. Just there's some highlights on the hands in the background that just, yeah, if they'd been handled a little bit softer, I could have brought that up a little bit more.
Thank you. Can I have a blank screen, please? Thank you to Joe Howe and Tony Carter. And can we have Shah and Stacey, please? While we're waiting, the Ian Poole Memorial Award is in memory of Ian Poole, to be judged for our top judge this year as voted by the audience. So you can vote at the table at NZIPP in the foyer. Next print, please. Scores, please, judges. We have an initial score of 88, but Russell has the automatic challenge.
Beg your pardon. I've scored this 93. I hope I've got it right. So this is an incredible example of inclusivity and the love and support of the central person who is exuberant about their decision that they've made, and the support of that decision and the just the sheer love associated with it all, shown by the connection and the shape. Just the wonderful confidence of looking into the future of the individual in the middle. It's just an outstanding piece.
Okay, I'm going to go to Faru at the other end, please.
Russell, thanks for make a challenge. This image creates such a questions, and then you find the answer when the hands are leading to the almost to the belly, and you look at and you see the hairs here, and then you find out why there is a scars in the breast area, and I feel like the person has such a supportive family. They are standing behind you and behind her, behind there, and beside the person as well. The only thing is really holding back is the lighting here is just focused on the center, which I know why, but there is no separation with the background. We have like a very pitch black background, and almost the hair dissolved to the, especially the right gentleman dissolved to the background, and I'm just, in terms of the lighting, it's hold me back, but I'm really listening. I give it 83. I'll probably come up, but for gold, I really want to see this image in a very outstanding lighting and composition as well.
Okay, we're going to come to Shah in the middle, please.
Yeah, I scored this 87, and I'm probably going to head a wee bit closer to Russell. The arms produce such a beautiful shape, and I see that as a heart, and at the centre of it all, you know, is heart, and it's taken a lot of heart for this person and this family to make the decision and the supportiveness that they have. We've talked about inclusivity. At the beginning, I thought that the eyes closed was kind of a bit off-putting for me, and that I want them to be open and welcoming and celebrating, but I guess it just brings our focus more to the person in the centre. It also is a very unique way to present us also with a generations photograph. We've got 3 generations of family here, which is also a very unique perspective. It's not the sole perspective of this image, but I think it's just an added element that sort of will perhaps move me into the gold area. And I think it's really cool that they've got their tops off, so, because, you know, who doesn't want to celebrate cool belly and body here? I mean, if you've got it, flaunt it, I say. So, yeah, thank you, Russell, for bringing us this conversation.
Okay, we're going to Lizzie.
I desperately wanted to bring the child at the bottom right gaze up into the light. I just think that could have really drawn the eye into that wonderful smile in the middle. But yeah, I'm definitely listening. I scored 88.
And Stacey.
Yeah, I scored 88. That heart shape really nails it for me, but also, like you said, the fact that they've all got their tops off. I mean, it's hard for anybody to get their top off, but and that is just another way that they are supporting that person in the middle and saying, you know, we're with you, and the connection is so strong that I'm on 88, but I'm going to be coming into gold.
Okay, back to you, Russell.
I think we're all in gold in our hearts and minds anyway. Fru, just to help you, you might want to go up and have another look, because there is complete separation from the hair, the dark hair, to the background. So there's no problem there. As far as the expression on the boy's face, I mean, all 3 supporting characters are looking downward on purpose. I mean, the photographer here has created a great deal of control, a great deal of understanding, a great deal of empathy, and I think they've been sort of so helped by the wonderful confidence of that person in the middle. I mean, that person could be asked to could have all sorts of different expressions on their faces, all of which we would have accepted, but I'm so happy for that person that they're happy, and the happiness is not just the decision made, but the support of those around. And how more eloquent could we be confronted or shown a relationship like this between these men? And I think it's just well worthy of a solid gold. Thank you.
Rescore, please. $91 gold award. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Can we have a comment from Shah, please?
The colour palette in this image is quite beautiful. It really the coolness of the blues draws into the life well lived hands, and I love the nailed effect of the way the hands are positioned. It was a really good move to keep it into colour, because it also highlights the fact that this dear person has got polar bears on their pyjamas, and I think that just brings a lovely, gentle fun and a little bit of humour to a rather serene image. So thank you to the photographer.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to give Lizzie a break, and Marama, would you like to come back in, please? And just to remind you, judges, your lunches are out there, so if you've been scheduled off, we're not going to steal it, Johan. If you want to take a quick break to go get your lunch, that's cool. Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Shah, would you like to give feedback, please?
The print has been well presented to us, and I appreciate the styling and the concept. I just think the concept needs just a little bit more development. It says on the book Bram Stoker, which we know as Dracula, but I just don't get the connection of her being typically Dracula, like it has a Dracula feel. So I just, you're on the right track. I just think that the concept needs a little bit more work and more evolution. So keep going.
Thank you. Can I have a blank screen, please? Faru, have a break, and Catherine, if you could step in, please. Next image, please. We have a score of 83 initially, and Russell's going to challenge that.
Distinction. I think this is just a super, super clever way of showing us the subject. Just the little boobies popping up as the smallest of those three scales is just a stroke of genius, I think. The gradation of greys is beautiful. The depth of field is beautiful. The whole sort of tie-up of morphology or topography, should I say, or morphology and topography is really quite a cool concept. The placement of those shapes in that space, the little ripples leading us out of the bottom of the frame, that's a very entertaining, awesomely carried out idea. I scored at 85.
Okay, Catherine, you're at the other end.
Yeah, 78. And it was for four very specific reasons. As I sat back here, I thought, wow, what a cool concept. And, you know, I saw the protruding belly button and the nipple and the knees coming out and the hillscape with the nipple-like shape on it. I thought, wow, that's wonderful. And as I looked into the print, I felt that the ripples in the water were really dominating. Now, that can obviously be explained by the fact that this person is immersed in the water. And then I thought, well, you know, maybe a variation in shutter speed or, you know, something to soften that foreground element, which I felt dominated it. So I was feeling that the concept was incredibly strong, but that the execution of it maybe wasn't quite as successful. Yeah.
Okay, Shah, you're in the middle.
Yes, I scored at 83, and I scored it for the reasons that that Russell pointed out. I'm also glad, Catherine, that you alluded to the mirroring of the nipple in the background there. I thought that was actually quite a stroke of genius. I guess the ripples didn't really bother me that much. I guess the straight lines of the horizon, the straight lines of the ripples, and we've just softened that, I guess, with the beautiful shapes of the body and the background. So for me, it kind of works. So yeah, it wasn't sort of really much an issue for me. So yeah, I might be thinking about coming up with you, Russell.
Okay, right, back to Russell.
Catherine, the ripples are great, mate. It's sort of gives texture to that whole what would otherwise be a void, and they're beautiful. It's soft, whereas the form of the woman is nice and strong and sharp. So I think those ripples really add a lot to it. If that had been just a plain sort of plane, if you like, all the way out the bottom of the frame, that'd be batshit boring. She's in an aquatic environment, and in that environment we get little gentle ripples, and the ripples are smooth as well. They're kind of, yes, they catch a bit of light, but that just gives us some entertainment in the bottom of the frame. That, to me, darkest at the bottom, getting lighter towards the subject, hitting a dark subject, just lead us into that, contained by the beautiful horizon. This is a very clever piece of work.
Rescore, please, judges. Good talking, 85, silver distinction. Next print, please. We have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Shah? Thanks.
Yeah, well done for the photographer for, trying something a little bit different. I really feel that the feature of this image is the eyes and the eye makeup, and it's a bit of a shame that the hair is cutting through that and it's competing with the fabulous pattern of the dress. So have a wee think about your editing in terms of styling, and take this concept and work with it a bit more, because I think, you're onto something quite cool here, and you could create something quite commercial and quite editorial. So keep going.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. And can we have a comment from Russell, please?
Seriously cool subject, beautiful styling. Just be a little bit more careful of your handling of the hands there. The bottom hand on the hip is just unfortunately created a little bit of an unusual shape, and there's a hot spot on the cheek too that possibly could have been softened down a little bit, but really beautiful effort.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award, and Shara's going to challenge.
Who hasn't read the book Where the Wild Things Are? This is really clever and a really different way of presenting a portrait to us. And who doesn't want to be surrounded by all their cool stuff and their favourite friends? I think the photographer has put in quite a bit of effort and thought into the styling and the makeup for the person that is submerged in amongst this gorgeous array of cuddly toys. The idea of the mat is perfect too, because it sort of mimics all the circles of the nose, the eyes and the paw prints of the little animals that are included there. So yeah, I popped it into 84. It's just a little bit of fun, a bit of humour, something a little bit different, something to make me smile. I had a bit of a giggle when I got up there. So yeah, see what we can do, guys.
Russell.
Smiling and giggling doesn't sort of give it any sort of points really. And the lighting's average, and to be honest, in the portraiture section I find it's difficult to identify any kind of persona, if you like, with this. What is it actually doing? It's just being a bit clever really. I don't see a people element in it at all, other than some human eyes sticking out of a teddy bear's face. It just doesn't tell me enough about whoever that is.
What did you score it, Russell?
74.
Okay, and there was a finger up down the end for Stacey.
I scored this 81. I'm with you, Shah. I'm not sure. I think this might be about personal identity And there is something where people identify as furries. And I think that this is what this is. And this person is surrounded by their friends, if you like, deeply involved in them. I think if you look at their mouth, it's a little bit difficult to see from a distance, but when you get up there, you can see that they're smiling. So they're really, really happy to be dressed up like this, immersed with all their friends. I think the circle, the overcrop is really beautiful. It holds it all in together. And I just think it's quite a brave and, you know, a new thing that we haven't really seen before. And so I put it into silver, and I think that it would be wonderful if everyone could join Shah.
Okay, back to you, Shah.
Yes, please join me. And Stacey, I just wrote down here, identify as a cuddly toy. So that's exactly how I see this sitting as well. And you're right, it is something that we haven't seen before, and it's been presented in a really gentle and respectful way. And what's not to love about it? So let's see what we can do, guys. It's only a few more points. This could be really, really important to the person and the photographer.
Rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 79, so you know what to do, judges, either 79 or 80. And we have a score of 80, silver award. Okay, next print, please. We have an initial score of 85, but Russell, you have an automatic challenge.
I scored this 93. It's unfortunately I'm going through a process similar to this person who's hugging their mum, and so I don't want to taint it by that. But all I want to say is that the situation, if we've lost a parent or about to lose a parent or knowing that we're going to, you just don't want them to go. And part of it is that they don't want you to feel bad about them going either. And so the continuity of this connection here is just absolutely wonderful, and the lighting's exquisite to show the detail everywhere, and especially splashing at its hottest point on the older woman's face, allowing us to really dive in there. It's a great piece of communication about love and loss.
Okay, Catherine, I'm going to come to you at the other end, please.
Yeah, I'm on 82, and I agree that it is a great communication about love and loss, and the initial impact of this from both people in this is strong. This feels like a tender moment that has been, in its production, handled in a way that is not as tender as the moment. And that's sort of bringing me into the place I currently sit in. And I'm definitely wanting to listen on this one to see, because I do believe that we are looking at something that is real and true and honest, and there's a real beauty in that. And so, it's just how much I sort of forgive what I see as a harsh over-treatment of it.
Okay, Shara, I'm going to come to you, please.
Yeah, thank you, Russell, for bringing this open to discussion. I guess sometimes when people are at this point, perhaps it is hard to get that feeling that you're alluding to, Catherine. Maybe it could be because they are in pain, or they have something going on that they're not able to move and make that connection and that tightness and that emotion more palpable for you. The fact that she is a bit scrunched up kind of makes me feel that that's the best that she can do in the situation that she's in. The other thing that we haven't quite touched on is friendship. And if you look at her jammies, she's got Piglet and Pooh on her pajamas. And that was one of the most enduring friendships that, has lasted for generations. And this image will be enduring and will last for generations. And I just think it adds a little nugget of softness to a time of life that, is very difficult. And I think I'm just going to sing on 88, so I think I'm going to come into gold with Russell.
Okay, Stacey, did you have something?
I'm sitting on 83, and I initially held it back just because of just some really small things around the crop at the bottom. There's just some distracting elements. There's something in the sort of in the hair that in this category could still have been removed, and I was a bit pulled away by that very dark area on the right. I wondered whether that could have been cropped a little bit differently as well. But the intensity of the hug, the more I sit here, the more I see this as the last goodbye hug with this person. It really, she's squished up and encased within those arms really tightly. It's like that last squeeze before you have to let go, and that's really powerful. Oof, sit me up again. And I love the piglet. Well spotted, I didn't see that. So I feel like I've been a bit hard. I'm going to be coming up.
Okay, Marama, did you have anything? No. Okay, back to Russell.
So we've all supported it pretty much, but just to deal with the two things that have been brought up, Catherine, I think the harsh. Well, let's just for the styling. For a start, it's not a styled shot. The creator of this image has caught a moment, and so the stylization elements that you've talked about are really fleeting when you consider the importance of the moment. Catherine, the lighting, I think, is completely sympathetic to the subject. It's hard and it's real and it's harsh almost, that allows us to see the detail and the information that we need to see to convey the communication and the emotion that these two are experiencing to us. If it had been handled any more with any more gentility, it would have taken away the rawness of the emotion that we are being presented with. And I think it's been very professionally and explicitly given to us exactly how the creator of this image wanted us to have it.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 90, which is a gold award. Okay. Next. Sorry, that was live. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Are we happy with that? Stacey's challenging.
I might as well. I've just sneaked it into a silver. There's heaps of energy in this. The little boy is flying through the air in the beginning and obviously completely stacking it at the end, which is just fabulous. They've managed to, it's obviously done in very, very harsh light, and generally that's been controlled quite well. But just the way they presented it across the three images with the continuation of the hill in the background, just works really nicely for me. So I just squeaked it in there, and I feel like I need to challenge it so that I know that I have, so that if you guys want to come up and join me, then that would be amazing.
Okay, we're going to Russell, please.
I scored this 73, and I'm pretty comfortable staying there, to be honest with you. When you've got this environment, I mean, if you had a kid as exuberant as this, I think you could have ended up with a more compelling result than I'm being presented with here in that environment with that opportunity. And it is a crazy time of day to be photographing it anyway.
Catherine.
I was on 78. Stacey, I've really appreciated how you've spoken to this image, and sure, it's a crazy time of day, but this is, you know, the time of day that kids love to play, and I feel like it's an honest representation of the sort of boisterousness of this child. Now, on extra appreciation, and why I'm going to go up to silver, is as I sit with the whole piece, how the sand, the splaying sand, kind of integrates with the clouds and brings it all together. Fantastic energy, and just that, even just that dark patch off on the right-hand bottom, just sort of holds it all in together. So I think it's successful enough for me to bring to a silver.
Stacey.
Thanks for that. Thank you for that support. That's really, really lovely to hear. And you've really picked out some extra elements there, which I hope will strengthen the argument for everybody else to come up into silver. I don't know. I mean, he's like a little, you know, firecracker. I don't know how we could get much more energy. It's incredibly, you know, when a child is running up and down the hills, it's incredibly difficult to get kind of, you know, perfect moments and everything. And I think we've got enough energy and enough fun in here. From those three frames. So I'm hoping that we can have some energy and fun in here, and you know.
Rescore, please. Original score is 77 bronze. I'm sure the photographer will be very happy with you, Stacey. 81 silver award. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of, well, an initial score of 81, which is a silver award. Are we going to challenge?
Okay, I scored this an 85, snuck it into the high silver range. I am not entirely confident in the story here, but I think it's about change. I get a very, again, I think it's about change. The person, it's very difficult to know what gender they are or how they identify, and I think that's intentional. I think we are in the middle potentially of a process, either that or they're just very theatrical. I'm not quite sure of the intention of the birds, but we've got obviously a pigeon which is quite drab, and then we've got this quite cool chicken which is sort of a little bit more funky. It's really lit beautifully. I feel like it's really posed beautifully. I don't necessarily fully understand it, but I think there's a real story in there, and I'd love us to talk about it at least and see if we can pick it apart a bit more and, help me out, guys.
Coming down to Marama at the other end.
I'm at 77. It reminds me of a Frida Kahlo self-portrait, but I was just trying to make the connections between what I know of her work and what I'm trying to depict in this work. So, yeah, I'm willing to hear more to move up.
Russell.
I support you, madam. Scored at 83. There's so much going on in this image. I mean, it is lit beautifully, so let's just deal with that. We've all given it an award already, so just a matter of how high. I think there's a lot going on. This person's a very strong person, but it shows also a very caring and soft person by how they're cradling the chicken. The choice of bird colour is really, really clever as well, because our palette is running through that, and really the only things that go towards sort of nature is the headgear. But the beard is painted on and made up on sort of thing. So what the hell's that all about? And that's quite a cool thing in itself to have done that, if there's this sort of transition going on in some way, where this person sort of sits in his or her world. So the fact is there's a lot of his going on, and there's a little bit of her going on as well, which I think is really quite cool. And so for that sort of where it takes me and leaves me, and sort of I'm swimming around in all this sort of, not confusion, but wonderment, I scored it in the 80s.
Thank you. Back to you, Stacey.
Thank you for that. That was really great support. So I really, really appreciate it. Again, you picked out some things that, the colour palette that's kind of quite grey, but then we've got that beautiful colour at the top with the colour, with the headpiece. I'm starting to repeat myself, so I'm going to stop there. But I think it's been explained really well by Russell. So see what you can do.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Well done. Can we have a blank screen, please? Thank you, Catherine and Russell. And can we have Joe Howe and Johan, please? Yeah. And next print, please.
All right, we have an 80 silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. And we have a challenge from Stacey or Joe. Either of you, take it away. Who wants the challenge? Oh, Joe can't. Okay, Stacey.
I can go. Yeah, absolutely. I really think this is beautiful. It's I scored this an 87 in the silver distinction range. It's the kind of the yin and yang with the black and the white. There's the obviously the theme of water running through both of them. There's the very young child in the left and the slightly older child in the right. That head up in one, head down in the other. Obviously they're quite different images, but I think there's a gap in time, I believe, between the two of them. So I like to think of them as the same child. Grown up, and grown up, older. One is very kind of splayed out. The other one is kind of really curled into a wee ball. I think there's so many yin and yangs going on, which we obviously have in children. I would have gone higher had the hair been in focus in the image on the right. But other than that, I just really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it.
Thanks, Stacey. Marama, you're down the other end.
I was on a 75 because I was trying to work out the juxtaposition between the positive and the negative space and if it was the same child or not. So I'm willing to listen.
Yep, Shah, you're in the middle there.
Yeah, just quickly, I scored this 78 and I picked up on all the things that you did, Stacey. I also thought that perhaps it was a bit of a play on noughts and crosses as well, because the baby on the left, the wee chap's sort of looking a little bit like a cross, and the one on the right is sort of looking like a zero. I guess what sort of just held me out of silver at this point was just the wee fella's foot in the left hand side is missing, and had that been there, it just would have given it just a wee bit more weight. And I take your point about the focus. I had actually written that down on the image on the right, because they kind of mirror each other. So I guess it's quite minor in the grand scheme of things, but yeah. I'll relook at my score.
And Johan, you want to say a couple words?
What a wonderful abstraction. I gave it 82. One of the things that I liked a lot was the shape of the bath is almost mirrored in the form of the child on the other side. And there's lots of little gifts that this image or pair of images gives you that lets you enjoy the lack of information and lets you just look at it as an abstract of childhood, really. It's just fun, watery fun, but abstracted.
All right, Stacey, back to you.
Thanks for that, guys. Shah, I really love that extra little bit of analogy there with the noughts and crosses. That just brings into the whole childhood theme really well. And yes, it is abstract, and there are little bits missing, as you said, Johan. But it's abstract, which means that we're allowed to have those things missing. So let's bring it up at least. What are we on?
You're on 80.
Well, let's at least bring it, let's try and bring it into a silver distinction, or at least, bring it into a really good, firm, solid silver if you can, because there's lots going on there. It certainly deserves really strong recognition.
Okay, judges, please rescore. And we have 83, a solid silver. Next print, please. And we have 78, a bronze award. Yep, Stacey, would you like to speak to this photographer?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the the progression through these images of obviously coming, starting at the shop and then leaving at the end. It is a riotous of colour. There's an awful lot going on, and which is makes it a little bit tricky to read. But what a character! He's absolutely awesome. The obviously the face in the middle really stands out, and maybe that kind of pulls it together, but maybe in a way that also disrupts the flow a little bit. So, yeah, keep working with this. It's fantastic.
Thanks, Stacey. Next print, please. And we have 86, a silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. And who would like to speak to this one? Shah? This is a wonderful study of someone who's obviously lived in a rural environment their whole entire lives, and perhaps this is the one element physically that she can take with her when she leaves the farm. The colours are soft. I love the fact that even though we have some harsh light coming through the door, we've got those gorgeous chickens just hanging around doing their thing as chickens do. Just for Stacey's benefit, I think that's a cowbell up in the top right-hand corner there. But look, congratulations to the photographer. This is a really humble, honest, and beautiful portrait. Thanks, Shah. Next print, please. And we have 75, a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. And Johan, do you want to speak to this one?
I love the honesty of this image. In one sense, it's saying, look at the wonderful shapes and forms, and at the same time, it's sort of saying, look at what it does to your body as well. You know, there's lines and forms in there that are a consequence of pregnancy, And so I think bravo on the photographer for presenting that to us.
Thank you, Johan. Next print, please. And we have 72, professional standard. Shah, do you want to speak to this one?
Yes, thank you to the photographer for bringing us an image that's an interesting exploration of the female form. There's some nice shapes in here, and particularly using the elliptical mat has sort of helped. I just didn't feel that her facial expression, even though it is shaded, sort of connected to the pose, and it had a bit of a disconnect for me that she's just told to do this rather than actually feeling the pose. So have a think about how your models connect with what it is that you're actually trying to do and portray.
Thanks, Shah.
Oh, and the lighting could have been a wee bit better too. It's sort of highlighting the buttock area. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a blank screen, please? We're just going to have a quick judge switch around. Thank you, Shah. You can hop off for a little bit. And Tony, can we bring you back on, please? Okay, next print, please. And we have 74, professional standard. And Tony, do you want to talk to this one, please? Oh, you're going to challenge it?
Yeah.
Take it away.
Yeah, I'm on 77. This is what you call a real image of real people in their backyard. So the lighting's not fantastic, but I think it's bright in the right places. There's, I'm on 77, so I'm not asking for a huge score, but this is a real slice of life. There's a balance and harmony with the kids, on their body positionings, their faces, in the washing line. This is the everyday, and I think it's worthy of a bronze at 77.
Thanks, Tony. Stacey, you're down the other end.
I was on 72. The slice of life thing is fantastic. There's some really colours that beautifully pop in there, which really add to this. What kept me out of bronze range at this stage was the out of focus children at the back, and I know that obviously they're quite a long way back, but possibly a wider aperture, wider focal plane would have been better. And even the front child is a little bit blurry as well. And I know that they're moving, but but I don't know that that's intentional blur. So help me out. I'm listening.
Johan, you're in the middle there.
Okay, well, I'm not on a bronze yet, but keep talking anyway. I'll tell you the things I love. I love the red. That striking red adds life to the image. The blurring I see is most likely movement rather than depth of field, because the trees and things behind them are actually in focus as well. So I'm suspecting that the smallest child is the fastest child. I'm disappointed a little bit with the framing in that I would have liked to have taken out the side house and the side tree and then focus straight into the kids, because we don't need to know where they are, because we know where they are. We can tell that by the clothesline, the type of clothesline. The sky treatment I felt was a little heavy-handed in the top right. However, you know, Tony, maybe use some of your magic. There we go.
Bring it home, Tony.
Yeah. I guess it's just very real. I actually believe that the clothesline and how it angles up to the left and the right sort of cements the image and what's below it with the kids. You know, in a backyard, sometimes it's hard to get something that starts to look graphic or put some sort of order in things. And I see the order, you know, of these kids running around the clothesline creating mayhem. Yeah, there's a bit of blur, bit of movement. I'm okay with that. I actually don't mind the sky too much on the right hand side with the clouds and the dark balance of the left. So I sort of think, oh, that's quite intentional. I'm not asking for a huge points move, but you know, at least we're looking at something that's you know, honest and just a reflection of everyday life.
Thanks, Tony. Judges, can you please rescore? Well done. We have 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. And we're just going to have a blank screen for a moment, please. And thank you, Stacey. We'll get Lizzie to jump back on. And Marama will give you a little break. And Catherine, could you jump on, please? Next print, please. And we have pretty consistent scoring here, guys. We are 73, professional standard. And Lizzie, do you want to speak to this one, please?
I'm enjoying the posing with the clothes posed up against the open and with the smile draws you in there. Just watch your lighting on the left-hand image. It's very hot on his shoulder and a little bit too contrasty.
Thanks, Lizzie. Next print, please. And we have 73 professional standard. And Johan, you're going to challenge that?
Yeah, go on. Who doesn't get the sense from this person, I am here to party? And it's a strong sense that the photographer has given to us with sparkles and bling and that smile. You know, kudos to the photographer for doing that in such a happy way. I'm not asking for, you know, great depth or anything else like that. I'm just asking for a bit more fun in your scores.
Okay, and Catherine, you're down the other end.
Yeah, I was on a 72 with this, and I think you're right, she does want to party. I felt the joy in her expression. I thought her expression was really beautiful. Overall, it's really bright, you know, and almost to the point over her bust area, it feels like we're losing some of the detail in the straps. And then the sort of the dissecting of that left arm and sort of chunking the arm and the hand, I just felt was taking away from the beauty of her expression.
And yeah, Lizzie?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, there's a yellow cast that's gone over the image, and it has fallen on her teeth. So we've got the glamour with the makeup, but it does, yeah, I'm drawn more to her yellow teeth in the cast. So if you could address that, that would be great for the photographer to address that.
Right, Johan, back to you.
The warm cast over the image this is nighttime, the party time, so this is where the happiness happens. The arm and hand issues are forgiven by the fact that they're almost out of the picture. They're not really there because the real picture's happening in the middle, and that's what you're presented with. Those other things exist, they've been darkened off a little. In my mind, potentially enough to forgive those distractions, and then you go into that face, and she's loud and proud and very happy about it. I gave it a 78 for the joy.
All right, if you could please rescore. And we've gone up 1 point. We're at 74 professional standards still. Next print, please. All right, we have an initial score of 78, Bronze Award. And Tony, you're going to challenge that?
Yeah, this has been over-treated to hell. I'm on 83. It sort of feels like some weird puzzle. You don't really know what you're looking at, but you just go in there and you can just, I can just sort of roam around all these pieces, and you go from nothing to piecing it together. But I think there's actually a gentle treatment in there that flows, and the light's all in the right places, and I think it's actually quite clever in this category. I think like I say, the overworked feeling of it is actually enhancing it and bringing out something a wee bit different. I think edge to edge, it's interesting with its patterns, and it's like a giant, beautiful jigsaw puzzle.
All right, and Lizzie?
Yeah, I mean, sitting back here, it definitely has that visual impact, doesn't it? And it is creative. It's different. And I scored this 75, and I'm quite happy to come up. The only thing that brought me down was the chopped off hand at the bottom. And it would have been nice to see maybe without the goggles. It would have just added that little bit. Yeah, it would have just been a little bit more organic.
Okay, and Joe, you're sitting in the middle there. You're almost there.
I was on 79, and I think I was sort of sitting around that area hoping to be convinced to move up into silver. It has immediate impact when it turns around, and I do agree it is like a puzzle. I think I struggle a little bit with the only thing that's really, I mean, there's shape, there's form. The only thing that's really very sharp and identifiable is that hand in the top right-hand side. It's not goggles that she's wearing. She's got hair covering her eyes and under her nose, and that's one of the things that I'm not sure I like. If I don't necessarily feel like that was a decision. And I feel like some of the bubbles that are in the surface just draw me away because those are once again sharp and they break that sort of real pattern that you're getting through there of that mosaic way the light is falling on the form. But as I said, I'm teetering on the edge of silver. If you can convince me, I'm happy to come up.
Thanks, Joe. And Catherine?
I didn't want to talk about this, and now I do. I was on 76, and the reason for that was it didn't feel like, it felt creative, but I didn't feel a portrait as such. And that has changed for me, and that was because of the comment about the goggles, which are not goggles, which are hair. But what I understood from talking about that was this is a person who is totally at home in the water, and all types of water. You know, this isn't water that's there for an effect. This is there for a purpose, to tell us where this person is the most comfortable. And of course, you know, we've got the belly, you know, that brings us, that links us through to where we all start, which is in water. So it sort of goes full circle, but in quite an unexpected way. And I do feel that I have probably significantly underscored it at 76. I'm going to go into a good silver at 84.
Thank you, Catherine. Right, Tony?
Yes, so I don't know if I can really address the problems because it's one of those things where nothing's sort of perfect in this, and I think that's the beauty of it. You know, that hair across the face, I think, just sort of marks a bit of identity, but you can almost feel the legs kicking and stuff like that with the depth, and I guess really you are feeling a depth to this, even though, you know, it's been printed like this. So your eye just gently goes into there and looks around, and it gives you a sort of a warm feel. And I think you can just really feel this person and what they're doing, you know, that free floating thing, but in quite a crazy way. So if we could have at least Joe coming up 1 point, that'd be nice, and maybe somebody else joining us, that would be at least 3, if not all 5. That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. If you could rescore, please. And great conversations. We are at 82, a silver.
Thank you.
Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have a blank screen, please? Just need to do another little judge switch around. Thank you to Tony, Catherine and Joe. We'll bring you guys off. And if we can bring Russell, Faru and Shah back on, please.
Right, next image, please. just put me off, Johan. We have an initial score of 93, and Johan, you have the challenge.
I think I was mean. I gave it 99. What is not to love, adore, praise about this photograph? I'm not going to explain his cheeky expression, the knuckle that becomes another eye, the story that could be under that hand, but then the story that's in the hand, the complete and absolute control of tone, grade, darkness, lightness, and where do you look? You look into that eye and almost back at yourself being observed in such a powerful and strong way. Yeah, I gave it 99. I was chicken.
Okay, I've got to go down to Faru next.
I thought I was really generous. I'm not really close to 99, but I'm really close to gold. And I do enjoy this portrait because of such a emotional impact has. I'm not sure, there's a tear on the face. I feel like tears there, and the fingers, the hardness, the tough time, the stormy days that person passed. It's all pushed me to silver with distinction. However, I feel like feeling of a studio lighting, feeling is just like he is just hiding somewhere. I don't know what's happened to his eyes. Maybe there is no eyes. Maybe he was a soldier. Maybe he lost his eyes for any reason. But the photographer leave it to me to ask myself lots of questions. But the photographer didn't provide me any cookie, anything that I find my answer. I don't know it's really good. I don't know it's the power of the image. I don't know it's the weak of the image. But I certainly can come and sit to gold. But 99, you have to explain why 99.
Okay, we are going to go to Russell now.
I scored it a measly 91, and I'll be lifting up with you, Johan. You know, Faru, I mean, how much of a detective do we need to be every single time something pops up? What's wrong with something just being stunningly beautiful straight away? Often we're searching for a story and all this and that and every other thing. What about just a fantastic observation of detail and humanity, having lived most of his life? You know, the rheumatism in his hands, just all the little details that he's allowed the photographer to share with us and him share with us. It's just beautiful in its own right. I don't even care about who he is. It's just he's a pretty cool guy and he's allowed himself to be photographed, and the studio lighting is great too, because it sort of says this is the process of taking part in, and the person who's working with me on this has done a great job. And when this guy's seen the result in the end, I think he'll be very, very pleased. Beautiful shapes, everything leading us to where we need to go. A very, very high level of professionalism.
Okay, Lizzie, we're coming down to you.
An enduring quality. I think that's the power of this image. When we leave here today, we'll be mesmerised with that gaze. And for me, I scored it a 96.
And I'll come down to Shah.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty much on the same plane here. I scored at 93. I guess the most captivating thing for me as I walked around that image is that his eye followed me everywhere I went, and it felt like he was like in my soul. And I guess that is what is quintessential to this portrait, is its soulfulness. And Lizzie, you're quite right. It is one of those enduring portraits that we'll think about for a long, long time. I'm happy to come up into silver distinction. Oh, sorry. Gold distinction, sorry.
Okay, Johan, it's back to you.
We can analyse the hell out of who he is, what he was, where he's been, why he's there. But he's here. He's not there. He's actually here, and he's watching you when you put in a number lower than 96. So be careful. That wasn't a threat. Anyway, you know what I've done and you know what I want.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 96, which is gold distinction. Congratulations, and can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Lizzie, please?
I love the way that the image flows up and back down to the left and right hand corners. I just wonder about the focus. It's not on, I'm presuming there's the butterfly in her hand. Yeah, it's creative, so well done, photographer.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 79, which is a bronze award, and Shah, you've actually got the highest score, so you're the challenger.
I think the most striking thing about this when it came before us was the colour. It's very ecclesiastical. And then when you look around the portrait of this beautiful, serene, proud, stately woman, you see why they've chosen ecclesiastical colours. You can see patron saints behind her. You can see elements of her faith, which is obviously quite important to her. Normally I wouldn't like things coming through people's heads or coming out of the top of people's heads, but in this case it's important because that is the central part that explains who she is and what she believes in. Everything is cohesive. The vignetting helps weight the image, and it brings us into the central part of what we need to see, which is her and her environment, her faith, and her beliefs. So I had it at 88.
Okay, I'm going to go down to Johan now, please.
When I first saw and still see that image, I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed by the yellow cast that seems to dominate the image, and it really stops me from enjoying it. And it's not that I want to see it pure skin tone or anything like that, but it's so strong. I am not understanding the ecclesiastical coloration thing that you're talking about, so I'd really appreciate further explanation of that. I understand the icons in the background. Not sure why we have to see their shadows so sharply. The light in the top that is so bright it's gone blue, which conflicts with the gentle story you're telling. But I have open ears.
Okay, Russell.
I'm supporting Sharon. This I scored at 86. The ecclesiastical lighting comment is quite interesting, but kind of sort of semi-irrelevant to me in the sense that my first reaction obviously was the colour of the person in the ambient lighting that she's in. But that's just it. That is the ambient lighting she is in. So I don't need any explanation for it, nor do I need to search for more sort of relevancy towards skin tone or anything like that. It's basically saying how strong she is as a person because of her belief system, if you like, because of what she believes in. And it's really graphically given to us with that very strong element of that icon going down through her head, through her body, onto her hands and out her cane at the bottom. It's a line that runs straight through the middle of the image. And she's the central column of holding up that whole idea that she's carried right through her life. The little light bulb at the top of the image I think is really great. It gives us somewhere to start. And effectively, to me, it's like a waterfall of all the things that mean something to her, just cascading down that image and out through the bottom of it, simply through her hands and her shape. And it's really quite beautifully done.
Okay, Faru, you wanted to chat as well?
Yeah, Russell, I really adore everything you said. If the paper chose deliver everything in terms of the narrative, in terms of the waterfall of the color, bead symmetry, and everything. I think the opportunity really missed in terms of bad post-production and the wrong choice of paper, which will receive lots of patchiness and loss of details and muddy color around the image. Also, I'm really with Johan here. I think like the overcast of yellow and especially orangey tone on her face and hand is not really cohesive with what the lighting, because the red light actually in the back of her, we can see that kind of red on her face, or the orange color at least on her face. So I feel like I'm struggling. I really think it's a character study, really strong in that point, but in terms of post-production, no.
Okay, back to you, Shah.
Thank you, everybody. Just to address my statement about it being ecclesiastical, bishops wear purple, and that's where so that purple crimsony colour that you see in the background. That's what gives it that ecclesiastical feel for me, because that is the colour that cardinals and people like that wear in the Catholic faith. And I see from the icons behind her that some of them are patron saints. So I'm picking that. Catholicism is very strong in her belief system. The way she's positioned with that shelf going through her head and the cross above her, it actually almost creates a crucifix in itself, the way she is so centrally positioned. And it's like she is mirroring, she's actually part of a crucifix shape, which I didn't actually notice first up, but the more I've sat with it, the more I've actually noticed it. Russell's right in the fact that of the way that this is lit. Often in Asian culture, there can be not a lot of lighting available, and a lot of these places and homes may not have a lot of lighting, so they've just used what has been available to them. But the thing is that the orangeness and the yellowness is still within the same colour palette, and I don't find that jarring at all. So we're kind of close in some respects. So I'm just asking you to reward the photographer for a very, very well constructed image.
Rescore, please. Okay, judges, you're still on 79 bronze. You're either 79 or 80, please. $79 bronze. Next print, please. We have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Well done. Can I have a comment from Johan, please?
Great energy in this person, great vitality. They believe in what they're doing. I think with propping, a better choice of chair would have helped. And then there's this straight line that comes down her right arm, down her leg, and it's almost too strong because you go down there and you're looking for something and there's nothing there. And so you've got to be aware of how these lines work and bring you into the photograph rather than take you out.
Hey, thank you. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 74, which is professional standard. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Shah, please?
This is a very sweet, tender moment that's been captured by the photographer here. I just felt that the crop was a little bit tight, and the actual focal point of the image is her face, which has been given the least amount of weight in the photograph. So just think about your composition and work on your positioning.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Furu?
It's such a beautiful image of the baby and their moment with the mom. It's like a moonlight. We can see the light of the moon. It's their peaceful and their moment is beautifully captured. Really well done to the photographer.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 78, which is a bronze award, and Johan's going to challenge that.
What the heck? What's happening here? What am I going to do about it? I mean, what the heck? You only gave it a what? What the heck? What are you going to do about it? It's its own narrative. And I don't like using that word in a description, but that's what it is. And it's done so expertly. It's been given to us for our enjoyment. Who did not smile when they came up to the image and said, yeah, that's what it was and that's what it is. And because it's so obvious, perhaps we're being a bit reluctant. I'd like to reward the photographer for their obviousness and their capture.
Your score was?
Oh, and I gave it an 82.
Okay, thank you. Now, the rest of you are all pretty similar, so let's go to Shah, please.
Yes, I did smile when I hopped up there, Johan, and I was really quite intrigued about what was said to her in image number 1 that set off this series of cute little moments. I'm sitting on 76, and yeah, I agree with what you're saying here. You know, she's probably going, what, Shah, you only gave it 76? Hello. I'll have a relook at my score.
Okay, and Russell, you're in the middle there.
Johan, it's everything that you said, so it could possibly easily sit where you want it to go. I scored it 78 simply because of the things you've said. It's not new or anything, and it is a bit of humour. You know, I mean, she can beguile me and win me over like you're going to anyway. I've got to shut you up somehow. But in actual fact, her expressions are really quite cool. And she's been told off about something and, you know, what the hell, and then, oh, well, let's go with it. So it is quite a neat little selection, and no doubt we're going to be talked into it.
Okay, back to you, Johan.
I don't want to overtell the story because it's actually very simple. And the use of colour, a wonderful unifying feature is the waistband on her dress carries on through, and then it gets a bit wonky in the last one. And, you know, they're all little things, and you could read millions of things into them that aren't actually there. It is what it is, and it's beautiful. Tones are great. It's worthy of a silver.
Rescore, please. Johan. $81 silver award, well done. Okay, can we have our blank screen, please? Right, we are into the digital images. So, judges, if you want to take a quick break and just be slightly quiet as you go about, because they are judging in the next room, so we don't want a lot of noise being had. We'll call you back shortly. Back here. So Okay, judges, we're back into landscape. We are going to have a bit of a judge change. We're going to have Lizzie, Johan and Shah have a break. And we're going to bring back Stacey, Catherine, Tony, Russell and Faru, please. But I do need Russell.
Oh, he was just in the kitchen. Do you want me to get him? Do you want me to find him?
No, give him 2 ticks. Okay, our judging panel we've got for the digitals to start with. We have Johan, Stacey, Faru, Tony and Catherine. Thanks. Actually, Russell is back. So if Russell can step in. Thank you, Johan. Right, first image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Cool. Russell, would you like to give feedback, please?
Well, I was quite excited about it when I first saw it, actually. It's quite a cool way of seeing things and making an attempt to capture it, so I really reward the photographer for that. I was just a little bit held back by that straight line. There was all that sort of organic kind of reaction going on, but right in the centre of your subject is this very straight line, which I'm not quite sure what it is. So other than that, though, really great effort.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Catherine, please?
Yeah, lovely scene, autumn colours and beautiful framing. I think the posing between them, I think, there's a strong sense of the girl saying, I'm taller than you, and there's a playfulness between them. But that raised shoulder is really jarring. And it just sort of dissects through the chin and it just takes away from feeling that moment.
Thank you. Next image,
Can I just
please?
add a comment,
yes,
may I?
Russell?
Because they've gone to a lot of effort here and it's potentially been very beautiful. The hand coming over the shoulder as well is unexplained, and with Catherine's remark about the shoulder is completely correct. And perhaps if they had gently held hands in the front, it would have created a bit of circularity to fill that connection. But otherwise, a great deal of thought has gone into this, and just that little extra 5% at the end will make it a great shot.
Thank you, judges. Next image, please. We have a score of 71, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Stacey, please?
Yeah, there's really strong sense of joy in this. He's got a beautiful expression on it's his face, clearly enjoying what he's doing. Lovely angles and things with the chains and the legs going up in the air, but we are obviously missing the feet, and yeah, the cropping's really quite tight. So maybe just pulling back a bit, or yeah, would have helped with that one.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 74 at the moment. It's a professional standard. Are we happy, judges? Yep. Can we have a comment from Russell, please?
Very beautiful subject, nicely stylised, well chosen environment, although just a little bit of attention to be paid to that environment. It's a potentially busy one, so she's conflicting a little bit with something coming out of her raised leg and something coming over her head in the background. So just a little thought about where you place yourself before you actually take the shot. Otherwise, very pretty.
Thank you, judges. Next image, please. A score of 74, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Catherine, please?
Yeah, it's full of intrigue and interest. This and it sort of feels like it's just not quite there in terms of what we're being presented with in the portrayal. And then overall, it's almost environmental, but it's very tight to the top of her head. I think the faces of the two wee children are absolutely fantastic, but I'm sort of losing them in a little bit of murkiness there, and it's dominated by the face behind the camera.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 81, which is a silver award, and Catherine's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I came in at 85 with this. Just in terms of a portrayal of a teenager, I mean, it had almost a commercial feel to it, and that actually put me off a little bit initially because I didn't really get as much personality as I'd hoped. But then I thought, well, a lot of the time, teenagers, it's about trying to discover who you are. And, there's a sort of shell that you put up, and sort of, there's this real sort of exploration. And then I think there is a careful consideration how these are all put together. Things such as those legs, splayed out, then coming across to the arm. The beautiful open natural portrait in the centre, which does take central stage and space with the Just Do It logo, which is there, but it doesn't overpower everything. And then we're sort of, every frame in there, I feel, is really carefully constructed in terms of the framing. The hockey on the right-hand side, where the framing comes just above her head. Everything's really considered. Seeing her phone, I think that we get the feel this is contemporary, this is where people learn while they're looking at their phones, those sorts of things. There's lots of little elements in here which bring it into a higher level for me.
Thank you. Let's hear from Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 74, so I've been a bit mean. But, I look at this, I'll come up. I'm nowhere near silver with distinction. I can see, all the elements of what a child does, and, but to me it's just like going through your files and picking some out. There's no real consideration for what actually works in a set. So, I see lots of different backgrounds. I see no harmony, no flow. It feels, the square crop, it just feels clumsy, and I just get no sense of rhythm for a really high score for this.
Okay, we've got a few of you wanting to talk, but we'll start with Faru.
Yeah, Catherine, I found that it's really intriguing as well. There's a life of the teenager in her own age. She's a dancer, she's a musician, she's a player, she's a challenger, she's tough. You can see it on her face. I give it 83. I'm so close to you. The only thing it just let me down sorry. I forgot your name for a second.
Barry.
Tony. I don't know, it's just like I'm so excited. I was like, what happened to me? Tony, I'm really with you. The consistency in the selection of the image is letting down with the second image from the right, which the bicycle is in the environment. I feel like it's not in the studio, it's not under the shade, that the background should be as black, as so dark as it is. So for me, it's like letting down. I'm really okay with the portrait in the center. She's standing in the shed, background is dark, but I have question about that single image.
Okay, Russell.
I agree with you two, Faru. The 1, 2, 3, fourth frame, Catherine, is just the one that just is the weakest of all of them, and lends towards Tony's reaction to the collection of images. I think he's been a bit harsh on that in total, because I feel like coming up a little bit, but I was 83 as well. But that fourth image just being the darkest and taking my eye the most, just took it back for me a little bit from perhaps going as high as you'd like to.
Stacey.
I'm with Catherine on this one. For me, that fourth image, what I look at when I see them is it's a really honest reflection of this teenage girl, and that's something that's really, really important to her and something that she does, so it had to be included. So I appreciate that it's got the bike in there, which kind of gives it a bit of a different feel. But when I look at the end images, they're quite pale, then we kind of get to the darker images either side of that, and then that ties in quite nicely to me to the middle image, which has got the face in the middle, which is light, and then the dark around around it. So I do get a flow across the images. I feel even the end images are, full body, and then we've got a slightly closer, tighter crop in the 2 and 4, and then right in close at the middle one. So I'm in support of coming up into, I've given this an 82, so not that far away. I'll be coming up a few.
Okay, back to you, Catherine.
Cool, thanks for the support. I mean, I guess really what I get from this person is she's a full-on unit. She has got a lot of balls that she's juggling. And from early in the morning to late at night, I mean, that biking, that's at night. She's floodlit. There's a lot of energy. And at that central portrait, she has great power in her face. But her hair's kind of a little bit dishevelled, and I just think that really adds to it. I'm sort of rewarding it for something that I feel is really reflective of this girl at this, at a time in her life. And I think it's more than just a collection of going through files. I think it's a study of her energy and her as a full-on unit.
Rescore, please, judges. $85, silver distinction. Well done. Next image, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. And can we have a comment from Catherine, please?
Yeah, delightful and simple portrait. I do think what sort of gets this for me is that fantastic expression and the sort of asymmetry in his face and eyes. It feels a little bit on the hot side overall, so I just love to see that pulled back in a little bit more detail in the skin.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. We happy with that, judges? Russell, would you like to give feedback, please?
Great capture of this character. Obviously got a medal around his neck. He's paddling Wakarama, so he's just had an exercise of endurance with his mates, and they've been successful, and he's happy. His culture is evident. So you've done a great job there. Perhaps just to get a little bit more drama out of this wonderful face is just to bring it back a bit with the lighting and how you've let the highlights go too high. But otherwise, great capture.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, we're going to have Farouk step out, and is Joe, please. Shah, can you step in, please? Or is Marama ready? Okay, Marama can step in, thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 70, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment from Marama, please? Okay, Tony Carter.
Yeah, I think the graphic elements of this are quite beautiful, but the white background sort of distracts a wee bit, and really I struggle to find what the concept is about. So just make sure if you're going to storytell in some way that it might be easy to read and understandable.
Thank you, Tony. Next image, please. We have a score of 67, which is a professional standard. Russell, would you like to give feedback, please?
Look, it's evident that you're exploring good ideas, and this one is, you've seen this landscape and had the connection in your mind to try and make it happen, and well done on you for trying to do that. However, the lovely shape of the tummy is distracted by that rock, very rock next to it. I know you've used the rock in behind to get the separation, but really our eye goes to that central, that light hitting that rock hard. So you've just created a little distraction from your subject matter right at the end.
Thank you, Russell. Next image, please. We have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. We're okay with that, judges? Stacey, you're going to challenge that?
I put this in 77. I just put it into bronze. The dog's posing is great. It's just kind of like a sack of potatoes there, all kind of wrinkly and lumpy, which I thought was just delightful. I was a bit distracted by the person taking the photograph, but I realised that this dog has come in for a portrait, and it's probably the owner taking, as they tend to, they get in there and take a photo of it while it's in this beautiful setting, in this beautiful way, and the photographer has captured that moment. So. Yeah, I mean, the dog is obviously the star of the show. The tones through it, the colour is really, really is lovely and warm. I just squeaked it into a bronze, and I think if we are not very... where are we?
You're a 74.
Oh, one more point. Come on, guys.
Okay, I'm going to go down to Tony Carter, please.
Yeah, 71. I'd like to keep it down at this level for the reasons that you said about somebody pinching somebody else's photograph. But, just joking aside, I don't really see what what the point of this is. I think this majestic dog, with that age, and I just love that beauty and just being able to see that lighting on its back and just that, on its last legs, and I think that's beautiful. But then I look around those elements at the bottom and taking the photo with the cell phone on the side and think, what's the point of all that? And so I've just kept it at professional standard, and I'm pretty happy to stay there.
Okay, and we'll talk to Russell, please.
I've squeaked it into bronze as well. For the lighting, I think it's quite gorgeous, and just the expression on the dog's face. Yeah, I'm good looking. I've been photographed 1,000 times. Let's have another one. But the actual lighting of the whole thing is quite beautiful. The mood of it's quite beautiful as well. The only reason I held it back a little bit more is that the lighting on the hand holding the phone is a little bit in contrast with the lighting on the dog, and I kind of get distracted by that. But otherwise, I enjoy it as a whimsical image.
Okay, back to you, Stacey.
Okay, thanks Russell for that support. Yeah, I mean, I completely understand all the things that you said, Tony, and I agree with them in many ways, but I'm also flipped back to that. This is something a little bit different. There is a lot of positive stuff in there. It's one point. I'm sure that the photographer wouldn't have allowed that person to take that photo if they, and certainly put it in the wards if they weren't, an agreement to that. So, but yes, one point, that would be marvellous. Thank you.
Rescore, please. $75 Bronze Award. Okay, imaginary blank screen. Can Russell have a break? And Joe, can you step in, please? Next image, please. We have an initial score of 74, which is professional standard. Are we happy with that? Joe, would you like to give feedback, please?
I think this is a really intriguing portrait, and I really congratulate the photographer for that. I perhaps, to lift it up a little bit higher, I just want a little bit more context about what's actually happening, where we are. We've got a big imposing figure over a small child who's sitting there. We've cropped off the feet, the bottom of the stick. There's a little bit of detail on the right. If we could see a little bit more and get a bit more context to the story, I think it would lift this, but well done.
Thank you, Joe. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 74, which is professional standard. Are we happy with that, judges? Okay. Marama, would you like to give feedback, please?
I think this is a really gorgeous shot of very pretty hapu woman on the beach. I find her nails really distracting, and my eyes are drawn down to those dagger-like nails. So, yeah, maybe turning her slightly away from the camera with one shoulder would be helpful as well.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have an initial, we have a score of 74, initial score of 74, which is professional standard, and Joe's hand's gone up.
This image, I gave it 78. I gave it a bronze purely for just the feel. This little kid he's in charge of his own little universe here. I'm really enjoying his pose, his lifted sword. He's got his shield there. He's got that big dark cloud that's backing him up. He's a force of nature. And the way that the grass, the repetition of the grass it's those little stalks that are reaching up into the sky as well that really mirror what his sword position is. I think it deserves a bronze. I think it would have been nice if his eyes had been a little sharper, but we're not, I think it's a little bit higher than just professional standard for our storytelling aspect. I want to hear some reasons why it shouldn't be awarded.
Okay, the rest of you judges are all about the same. Let's go with Catherine, please.
Yeah, I was on 73 and I was close, and I think, that sort of make-believe aspect is strong in here. The base of this, the grass, is also very strong and dominating, and that was probably the thing that I do struggle with. Whilst I enjoy having some of the sort of peering through the grass as well, the out of focus pieces coming up are quite dominant throughout, which I do struggle with a little bit. I do think that the stormy layer of cloud that sort of rolls across does help give a bit of overall impact. And I mean, as you say, we are pretty close to a bronze award, and I could probably squeak it up a couple of points.
Tony Carter, you're right on that scoreline.
Yeah, I'll come up into bronze, and I'm not going to use the word squeak it up because we train people not to say squeak it up. But I'll squeak it up into bronze with Catherine.
Okay, Joe, it's your turn, please.
Okay, so I think we're going to be there. I think this image is going to be awarded, but I just want to comment on that grass being dominating at the bottom, that colour, that green, it just helps hold us in. It's only 1/3 of the frame, and then you've got those little bits of grass which pull that colour up into the top, but that his colour of his shirt, his jeans, the clouds, that's the dominating part of the frame, and that's where the power's at. So yeah, come up with me, please.
Rescore, please. And slightly more than squeaking, 76 bronze. Next image, please. Righty ho, we have an initial score of 76 bronze award. Tony, are you going to?
Yeah, I'm on 83. I think you can sort of feel this image. I feel it's a little bit of a cliche, the storyline, but I look at it and I feel a warmth coming from this face, and the depth that's provided through however that is done is beautiful and dreamlike. The soft blue hue wrapped around there and the warm reds all sort of work in harmony. I think the lighting on the face is quite nice. I enjoy the lighter edges around the right hand side, and I don't mind the blocking up of the blacks or the darky reds on that blue in the bottom right as well, because it sort of is balanced with the top left. And I think, so the power of this person or the photographer, what they wanted to portray has worked quite well in this image.
Thank you. Catherine, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I'm on 73 with this, and I do agree in terms of the warmth. That was something that stood out to me immediately, the warmth and the sort of gentleness in her face. The colours, which I'm guessing there is a biblical or religious reference to. I've seen this specific colour of blue. I don't fully understand it, so I apologise for that. Where I'm really fighting is the object that she's holding, which looks like a heart. And what does this mean? Like, I feel like we are being told very strongly to look at this piece. It doesn't seem to be ornamental, or it almost seems like it's toy-like. And so I'm looking to receive some more understanding from what we're actually meant to read from this portrait.
Okay, Marama, you're almost on that line too.
Yeah, I'm on 75. I really enjoy the peaceful nature. I think it's very biblical reference with the Madonna. I think the red heart is a bit red. I do find it a little bit jarring compared to the rest of the image. And to start with, I found her face really soft, but I actually don't mind that in the overall scheme of the image.
Okay, Tony, back to you.
When we go home tonight, Catherine, we can read the Bible. And yeah, I mean, you get the biblical thing. I don't think you need to know too much more about it religiously. But yeah, I think it is, it is all handed to us on a plate there, but I just saw it an inner beauty, and I hope you can come up a little bit in your score, even if it's not to silver. Thank you.
Rescore, please, judges. $76 bronze award. Next image, please. Just while our judges are looking, the Ian Poole Memorial Award. This award is in memory of Ian Poole for our top judge this year, as voted by the audience. You can vote at the NZIPP table in the foyer. We'd also like to thank our sponsors for the awards. We have Sony, who is the major sponsor, and we have Ilford, who is the category sponsor. We have a score of 72, which is professional standard. Can we get a comment from Marama, please?
I'd really like to just get in there and give this karawa a hongi. He looks really friendly and cheerful. There's a few distracting elements just behind his head, and his shirt at the bottom, which could have easily been cropped out, and being slightly to the left is a little bit off-centre too. Playing with that crop may have helped.
Thank you, Marama. Next image, please. Just while our judges are judging, Ilford are proud to again once again sponsor the portrait category. The adage "It's not done until it's printed" is one that Ilford team stands strongly behind. There's nothing quite like seeing an image come to life in print or being able to offer a beautiful printed product to your clients. Come and see Gerard and Mark at the Ilford stand to find out more about their stunning, diverse range of Ilford papers, print lamps, films and darkroom supplies. And while we're on the word of prints, we have got the print auction that is happening in 25 after the awards wrap up this afternoon. It's starting at 3:30. Mark Rosetto is going to be the auctioneer. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. And let's have a comment from Joe, please.
Hi there. Yeah, this is a great image. It's really quite haunting, the expression and the pose on this child in the car. It says, "Are we there yet?" in the most fabulous way, but I'm not quite sure where they're going or what they're expecting, but really well done, well seen. To lift it a little bit further, I found the highlights on the hair in the centre of that forehead just kept drawing me away from the beautiful expression in the reflection, which when you look at it is actually almost looking back at you. It's really quite a beautiful, haunting portrait. So well done, and yeah, just a little bit different in print handling, and we've been up even higher. But yeah, congratulations, well seen.
Thank you, Joe. Next image, please. We have a score of 73, which is professional standard. Stacey, would you like to give feedback, please?
Yes, there's a beautiful sort of vitality through with this lady, with her pose. The distracting element for me is the hand coming right out of the top of the head. I think if she'd changed that position slightly, that would have been more effective. And obviously, we've got some really, really bright areas where we are losing an awful lot of detail.
Thank you, Stacey. Judges, pretend there's a screen there. We'll say thanks to Stacey and hello to Johan, please. Next image, please. Okay, we have a initial score of 74, which is professional standard. Okay with that, judges? Okay, Marama, would you like to give feedback, please?
Yeah, I had snagged this into a 75. I really think it's beautifully lit. She looks really happy, poses loving. I just would have maybe cropped the top off to get rid of that white sky in the background.
Yeah.
A little something.
Yep, go for it, Joe.
Hi, I just want to add that if you're adding in this this little bit of sun flare, make sure that that's reflected on the subject that you're lighting as well. It's just not falling on her hat at all where you would expect that flare to land. So, but really nice. Well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 74, which is professional standard. Thank you. Can we have a comment from Johan, please?
Quite vibrant, and I quite love the vibrancy of it. If I was going to fix it a little bit, I'd just take out the colourful parts in the bottom, so just below the waistline, because they draw you down when really the passion and the happening is in the middle there.
Thank you, Johan. Next image, please. We have a score of 70, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Marama, please?
This little dude looks like a cheery little fellow. It probably is more of a snapshot than a photograph that you might see at the awards because of the viewpoint and looking down at him. Also, cropping the hands at the bottom, could have either added some more in or brought your cropping up a little bit.
Thank you, Marama. Next image, please. While we're just waiting for our judges, our major sponsor Sony's got a competition running across the event. Find the QR code around the venue, scan the code to complete the online quiz, and all correct entries go into the draw to win a $500 store voucher. You can find out more about it on the signs around the venue. Or make sure you stop by the Sony stand on Friday to talk to the team. We have an initial score of 82, which is a silver award. You going to challenge that, Joe? Yep.
What just an impactful image. When you turn around, there's there's 23 people there, and all but 3 of them have these big X marks on their backs. I don't know exactly what this is meant to represent. I assume it's meant to represent, from my take of it, I would say it's sexual abuse survivors, perhaps. I do not know. But the fact that they're all holding hands, they're supporting each other, you've got the X's on the backs, the crossing of the arms that join with hands in between, it's really quite powerful. If you look closely, none of them have clothing marks on them. They haven't just gotten undressed, run out there taking this photo. They have been there for a while. They've been there, they're brave, they're facing away, they're facing just what's coming at them from the ocean. It's really quite beautiful. I've got this up at 86, and I really think it should be awarded. It's a little bit higher just for the story and the impact that this has. So I want to hear some more.
Okay, Marama, you're at the other end.
I was on 78 just because I needed help finding out what the narrative might be. I was thinking breast cancer, but I was looking for the ribbon. So, yeah, I'm willing to listen and to hear a little bit more.
I'm going to come to Johan, and then I'll...
Okay, one of the really hard things for photographers to do is a team photo. And then to add in, but I shouldn't really minimise it by saying that, really, but, to get a group of people together like this and to give us a message by their presence, I think there's a certain amount of understanding that would come from knowing what the X means. In the back of my head, I think it's got something to do with breast cancer, and it's a chromosomal thing or a something else thing, that if you have that, then you are more prone. And so then it becomes a statistical story that, 3 out of 23 people are likely to get this, be aware. And the fact that it covers many ages and body shapes and types of people is, quite powerful, and it's so simple. It's not overlit, it's not over artwork, it's not over anything else. It's just a message, and it's a message to people. I gave it an 84, and I'm happy to go up.
Tony?
Yeah, I scored it on 80 because I got the message of some form of victims of something or supporting something. So I thought, that's fantastic, to see that and feel that. And then I thought, well, if this is all about statistics and survivors, I would probably rather see more of a graphic with the X's, and also if I was there doing that, I would want to be able to lay them out so they all have an equal representation rather than the top row fanning out a little bit to the right. So I guess this is quite natural, so that's the battle I'm having at the moment for bringing it up to a higher level. Just that little bit of lack of structure, so I'm just figuring out if that's bothering me or if that's okay.
Okay, yep, back to you, Joe.
I think it doesn't need to be perfect. This is raw. This is how, depending on which, even if you look at either of those narratives that have been presented, whether it's breast cancer, whether it's sexual abuse, it's random in its nature. It isn't just a definitive form of you line up in this way and then you're going to be the one who gets targeted by either of those things. So I think it's beautiful, and I think the support that they're showing in there, oh my gosh, it's making me emotional. The support they're showing in there with their heads lifted high is really beautiful, and it's just honest. It's beautiful. Go for it.
Rescore, please, judges. Lovely talking, 85 silver distinction. Next image, please. We have a score of, initial score of 74, which is a professional standard. Are we happy with that, judges? Cool, thank you. Tony Carter, would you like to give the feedback, please?
I think the lighting on this child is fantastic, and the line of the legs. As we're presented with it in this format, the background looks fairly washy, and yeah, so it's not really adding any real depth to that space above her head. So sort of just a little bit more working on that would help this image immensely.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you, judges. That is the last image for the portrait category today, sponsored by Ilford. Judges, please stick around. We've got finals judging, so they'll want to grab some of you for that. And again, can we have a thank you, a big thanks to all the judges, and to everybody involved. Everybody involved behind the scenes. It's been a big couple of 3 days, so we are finished in room 3. Or room 1 today, sorry.
And a big thank you to
I'm
the
done
panel
today.
chair and handlers.
Cool. And just as a reminder to everybody, you can go and vote for your favourite judge for the Ian Poole Memorial Award. The box is on the desk at the NZIPP counter. And to remind everybody about the print auction that is happening at 3:30 this afternoon down in 25. Mark Rosetto is going to be auctioning those off for everybody, and they're going to run into the quiz and then into the Iris wrap party. So it's all going to happen tonight. Thanks, everybody.